أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان. صدق الله العظيم.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. This is Shamil Abdullah, Research Associate at Strategic Vision Institute, Islamabad. On behalf of Strategic Vision Institute, it is my great honor to welcome you to the National Conference on Disruptive Technologies, Warfare, and Strategy. Before we formally begin, I would like you all to please switch off your mobile phones. Thank you. Today, we gather at the intersection of history and the future, where technological advancements are not only shaping but redefining the contours of military strategy and warfare. Throughout the annals of history, technological progress has been a critical driver of military power. From the invention of the wheel to the dawn of information age, each leap in technology has translated into new forms of warfare and new strategies for both defense and offense. We are now standing at the threshold of fourth industrial revolution, a transformative era marked by rapid development of technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, cyberspace, and space exploration. These technologies, often referred to as disruptive, are posed to revolutionize how we think about and conduct warfare. Strategic Vision Institute is hosting this conference to provide a platform for young scholars from across Pakistan. We aim to bring together emerging experts from leading think tanks who have a strong interest in disruptive technologies. This event gives them a chance to present their research and share their ideas. This conference creates opportunities for close interaction between students and these scholars. It allows young researchers to showcase their work and help students understand the current research happening in Pakistan's top think tanks. This conference is an integral part of Strategic Vision Institute outreach program activities. This year, we are conducting it on a national scale. However, for the next year, we plan to elevate the conference on the international level, inviting leading global experts to speak on same critical topics. Once again, I welcome you all to this important conference. I look forward to the insightful discussion and innovative ideas that will emerge as we collectively explore the intersection of disruptive technologies, warfare, and strategy. Once again, I would like to request you all to please switch off your mobile phones. It is now my great pleasure to invite Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salik, Executive Director, Strategic Vision Institute, to deliver his welcome remarks. Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salik is currently Executive Director, Strategic Vision Institute, Islamabad. He has taught at Qaid-e-Azam University, National Defense University, and Air University, Islamabad. He has been a visiting scholar at School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University and a guest scholar at Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. Additionally, he has served as a visiting fellow at Stanford University and Stimson Center. He has previously served as a Director for Arms Control and Disarmament Affairs at Strategic Plans Division. His area of expertise includes South Asian security with special reference to Indian and Pakistani policies on nuclear and missile issues. He has published 4 books, several monographs, and contributed 7 book chapters. His published work also include over 40 research articles. I now invite Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salik to deliver his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Shamil, for the kind introduction. Bismillah Rahman Rahim and Assalamu Alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of SVI and on my personal behalf, I welcome all our worthy guests, those who are present here and many more who have joined us online. I'm especially pleased to welcome former DGSPD, Captain General Sarfraz Sattar, Advisor NCA. I am sure, sir, your presence will be a source of encouragement for the organizers of the conference, as well as a motivating factor for the young scholars and intellectuals who are taking part in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in the annals of warfare, there has always been a nexus between technology and the way the wars were fought. The impact of technological dimension of war and strategy became evident only well into the Industrial Revolution around 1830s. There have been 5 areas of warfare where technology has made an impact in varying degrees. And these are firepower, protection, mobility, communications, and intelligence. We have been living through the information age over the past 2 to 3 decades, resulting in the net-centric warfare based on computer networks. The hallmark of the information age has been the enormous amount of information received from a multitude of sensors, though it was humanly impossible to process all that raw data. That problem has now been resolved with the advent of quantum computing and artificial intelligence, which will greatly enhance the speed of decision making and the tempo of military operations. We have also witnessed the introduction of lethal autonomous weapons, unmanned aerial, ground, and underwater vehicles, becoming even more dangerous with the incorporation of artificial intelligence. This enhanced dependence on networked command, control, communication, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems have also increased the potential of cyber warfare against information networks, both ground and space-based. The emerging technologies are routinely being termed as disruptive technologies because of their lethality due to speed, precision, and reach. However, it must be pointed out that they have positive uses as well, if brought under appropriate rules and regulations governing their development and employment. In this technology-intensive battle space, we can only survive if we keep abreast with these technological developments, and therefore, conferences such as this one are critical for staying in the game. The subject of this conference is futuristic in nature, and that is why we have decided to provide maximum opportunities to younger generation of scholars to express themselves and to initiate them in the subject which they are going to confront increasingly in their future endeavors. I am looking forward to a very educative, productive, and interactive day ahead. I once again thank you all for finding time to be present here, and I hand over to Shamil for his next announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of SVI, it is my privilege to invite Lieutenant General Retired Sarfraz Sattar, Hilala Imtiaz Military, to stage to deliver the keynote address. Lieutenant General Sarfraz Sattar was commissioned in Armored Corps in 1984. He's a graduate of Command and Staff College, Quetta, Egyptian Staff College, Cairo, and National Defense University, Islamabad. He holds a diploma in Arabic language. He has varied experience in instructional command and staff assignments through the ranks in the army. His unique assignments, which contributed directly towards strengthening the defense of Pakistan, include the command of Infantry Brigade in North and South Waziristan during Operation Rahe-Najat, and his appointment as Defense and Army Advisor in New Delhi, India from 2010 to 2013. On promotion and repatriation from India, he was appointed Director General Military Intelligence from 2013 to 2015. During this period in military intelligence, he remained in the lead in Operation Zarbeaz throughout the length and breadth of the country, restoring peace and bringing culmination to the war on terror in Pakistan. He next commanded an infantry brigade along the working boundary with India during the time of Uri crisis. This was followed by command of Strike Corps of Pakistan Army, and his last assignment was a Director General Strategic Plans Division, during which period he saw through the Pulwama crisis before his premature retirement in December 2019. He's an avid reader who's fond of jogging and playing golf. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Lieutenant General Retired Sir Faraz Sattar for his keynote address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by, first of all, thanking Dr. Naeem Salik and the entire team of SVI for having me over today to talk on this very important subject, which has been amply introduced both by Dr. Salik and by the master of the ceremony. What I intend to do, ladies and gentlemen, is that first of all, I will talk about the subject, how I see it, what is its impact on warfare, what are the modern trends, and then I will talk about the regional perspective, because the discussion or discourse on the subject will not be complete unless we talk about what is happening in the region, particularly with regard to India. So the last part of my talk will be focused on the developments taking place around us, and in particular in India. Let me start by a quote from a famous strategist, Barry Buzan. It goes that technology defines much of the contemporary strategic agenda and generates much of the language in which strategy is discussed, unquote. This is precisely the reason why topics like these are being discussed in almost all major multilateral and bilateral forums and think tanks. This year, even at the Shangri-La Dialogue, which is almost a 1.5 track dialogue, because there most of the defense experts and in fact, people holding actual defense positions, they are invited to discuss. So there the topic of discussion was AI, cyber warfare, and future warfare. This is also an active topic of discussion between the leading nations of the world during their bilateral discussions. And I am referring to the talks between the United States and China and talks between the United States and Russia. These are the leading nations, leading stakeholders who are going about developing these technologies. What is it all about? Now, it is all about the maturing precision warfare regime, coupled with AI-powered capabilities and cyber warfare, which is leading in an emerging military revolution. Simply put, the emergence of this new revolution is eroding efforts to deter general war. Similarly, advances in cognitive and behavioral sciences finds that it is much more challenging to construct effective deterrence strategies. Even more, these have become even more daunting than previously thought or believed. One of the effects of the maturing precision warfare regime is that the conventional precision-guided weapons have now become capable of striking some of the targets once reserved solely for the nuclear weapons. Another effect is that advances in the nuclear weapon designs have also enabled some militaries to field low-yield, discriminate weapons, blurring the distinction between nuclear and conventional weapons. This poses problems for strategies designed to deter conventional and nuclear wars. In addition to the above, the introduction of cyber weapons further complicates efforts at deterrence, owing to their potential to corrupt early warning and command and control systems. If the cyber weapons reduce senior decision makers' confidence in the early warning and the decision-making systems, then they may feel compelled to delegate nuclear release authority to subordinate commanders, thus weakening the overall deterrence. The high-precision weapons of today can be used to destroy a wide range of targets, including hardened and fixed facilities. Similarly, existing cluster munitions can effectively destroy mobile land-based missile launchers once they are detected using satellite and other AI-based platforms. Thus, such conventional weapons, both precision and cluster, have a growing counter-force capability, that is, posing a threat to adversaries' nuclear capabilities. This calls for employing nuclear forces at a far lower threshold than in responding to a normal nuclear attack. This thus increases much more the prospects of dangerous miscalculation and escalation of conflict. Weakening of deterrence also stems from growing speed at which contemporary war is and will be waged tomorrow. This reduces the warning time, thereby facilitating surprise. Attack warnings are being compressed even further with the use of cyber payloads and lasers and hypersonic missiles. These shrinking timelines are straining limits of command and control systems to most militaries, thus leaving little or no warning time for political and military leadership to do decision-making for responding to an attack. Of course, the response can be in two ways, that is, responding in kind. By that, I mean responding with the same kind of technology and responding using unconventional means. I will not be talking of the second part because that's a subject altogether different, but I'll be talking of the first part. The precision warfare revolution, ladies and gentlemen, have also increased uncertainty with respect to the military balance. Similarly, with the growing number of spacefaring nations and the spread of directed energy weapons, this further complicates efforts at timely attribution of attack in this domain. Therefore, a military's ability to adapt on a grand scale to disruptive innovations will be crucial to its ability to gain a competitive advantage over its adversary in any future war. The lethal autonomous weapons are classified as a special class of weapon systems that, with integration of artificial intelligence, are capable of engaging and destroying a designated target without human control of the system, or as they say, without a human in the loop. The rapid developments in this field indicate how technological revolution is altering the nature of warfare and strategies employed. This has already triggered an arms race. These developments pose higher risks of even unintended escalation and have direct implications for global and regional strategic stability. Recently, there have been growing international concerns regarding the weaponization to increasingly autonomous technologies. International diplomatic efforts are lagging behind the pace of technological developments. Now, this has serious implications for strategic stability. The discussions at the state parties to 1981 Convention on certain conventional weapons under the United Nations to ban and regulate the development of lethal autonomous weapons are being held in Geneva since 2014, with very little progress. This year's global conference, held between 23rd and 24th of April at Vienna to regulate the artificial intelligence, in that the analysts opined that, like gunpowder and the atomic bomb, artificial intelligence has the capacity to revolutionize warfare. The summary at the end of the day's 2 days conference read, "This is our generation's Oppenheimer moment, where geopolitical tensions threaten to lead a major scientific breakthrough down a very dangerous path for the future of humanity." However, apart from the conference's declaration of strong commitment to work with interested stakeholders, none of the advanced industrialized nations have shown any meaningful commitment towards coming up with a real solution towards this emerging problem. This third revolution in warfare, ladies and gentlemen, first, of course, being the introduction of gunpowder, and the second being the introduction of the nuclear weapons, as I just alluded to. This third revolution enables the weapons, that is the lethal autonomous weapons, to use sensor suits and computer algorithms to independently identify, engage, and destroy a target without manual human control. The most wide-ranging application of these weapon systems is in drones and the UAVs, or the underwater drones, as was mentioned by Brigadier Naeem. These carry necessary sensors on board computers as well as smart and precision weapons and munitions to engage a target. The lethal autonomous weapons have applications not only in the three conventional domains of air, land, and sea, but also have wide-ranging applicability in cyber and space domains, with implications for conventional and nuclear deterrence in regional as well as in global context. Now, with this brief discourse on the subject, we as Pakistanis must focus and understand what is happening in this field in our region, and particularly with respect to India. Ladies and gentlemen, in June 2016, India was finger-walked by the United States into the MTCR as its 35th member, later leading to Indo-US convergence on sale of drones. In July 2020, the Trump administration announced its decision to unilaterally reinterpret how it would implement the MTCR. Thus, through a revised policy on MTCR, the US government decided to treat a subset of MTCR Category 1 weapons, that is, UAVs with a maximum speed of less than 800 kilometers per hour. These are now being treated as Category 2. This thus opening the door for export of large drones to India. This enabled India to materialize the $300 billion deal for the procurement of 30 Predator MQ-9B drones. This sale of advanced drones to India will aggravate the ever-expanding conventional asymmetry between India and Pakistan, posing a growing risk of escalation of conflict between our two countries. In a policy statement on lethal autonomous weapons on the 9th of March in 2022 at Geneva, India ceded to work in the forum within the framework of international humanitarian law. While at the Forum on Certain Conventional Weapons, in the group of government experts, India joined those countries that do not, and I repeat, that do not support any protocol to ban or regulate the killer robots. Thus, it is clear that India is likely to voice qualified support for an international regime to regulate lethal autonomous weapons while not giving up on developing or acquiring and/or exporting the technology of killer robots. Pakistan's official position on the lethal autonomous weapons was spelled out on 24th of September 2022 in its statement on the same forum, which said to develop a normative and operational framework in the ambit of legally binding instrument, that lethal autonomous weapons issue must be addressed comprehensively in light of humanitarian, legal, ethical, and security dimensions to arrive at a legally binding instrument to regulate these weapons. Apart from its efforts to acquire advanced technologies since December 2019, the Indian military is in the process of adopting a new doctrine called the Non-Contact Warfare Doctrine. Additionally, it is in the process of raising an integrated rocket force, the intent being to fight largely a contactless battle where unmanned warfare, standoff weapons, and cyber and clandestine operations will take precedence over tank versus tank or infantry versus infantry combat. In sum, citing the bogey of China, the Indian government is feverishly engaged in re-equipping its armed forces with state-of-the-art strategic surveillance, strategic strike, strategic lift, and space and cyber warfare capabilities through the US and Israeli support. All this has become possible after a breakthrough in relations with Israel, followed by the 2005 Indo-US nuclear deal, followed by signing of 5 basic agreements, after which now they are moving towards a defense cooperation agreement. A bill for this has already been tabled and is awaiting congressional approval. Once approved, it will open further channels for smooth transfer of surplus defense articles to India. Though practically speaking, there is nothing new in it from what is already being done or preference already been given to India, other than creating unnecessary pressure on Pakistan. The Indian network-centric warfare capability and its concept stipulates a whole of the government approach to deal with perceived threats That is, first of all, in the non-kinetic domain, it is about using political, diplomatic, hybrid, fifth-generation warfare, as well as cyber warfare. And in the kinetic domain, it is centered on employment of missiles, drones, both loitering and kamikaze drones, and deployment of the BMD shield. On the nuclear front, ladies and gentlemen, with the introduction of new generation of nuclear weapons, sophisticated delivery vehicles and ballistic missile system, Indian nuclear doctrine and posture have evolved from minimum credible deterrence to credible deterrence and is now moving or has shaped into nuclear compellence strategy vis-a-vis Pakistan. They have also moved from recessed to active deterrence mode in peacetime. The strands of Indian nuclear compellence strategy became amply clear when during Pulwama and Balakot crisis, Modi did the nuclear saber rattling by brandishing about the nuclear deterrence patrol of the Arihant. This clearly indicated that they are using nuclear capability both for compellence as well as deterrence and trying to force Pakistan to make concessions in Kashmir to avoid escalation of the crisis into a larger conflict. In view of these ominous developments taking place in our neighborhood, the BJP leadership controlling and recklessly brandishing their nuclear weapons, South Asia presents a grim scenario. In fact, what to talk of BJP government, the Indian state's behavior towards Pakistan has always been coercive and highly belligerent. A clear picture emerges if we look at the last 50 years or so of developments of relations between India and Pakistan, starting from 1971 onwards. It has been a story of coercion, state terrorism, direct intervention, and a string of false flag operations in order to compel Pakistan to change its strategy. But of course, this is a story for another day since it warrants a separate discussion. Coming back to today's discussion, the international community needs to take notice of the developments just pointed out earlier. Otherwise, the region may plunge into a catastrophe. Pakistan, on its part, is constrained to sustain balanced and effective conventional forces to counter Indian network-centric warfare doctrine as well as ensure full-spectrum deterrence with its nuclear forces, while maintaining our QPQ plus doctrine at the military and comprehensive all of the government approach at the national level. I think I will conclude over here and once again thank the organizers, thank the Executive Director of the EDI for providing me, of SVI for providing me this opportunity for talking to the forum. I wish you all a very happy learning throughout the discourse today. I wish I could be present here, but because of a pressing personal commitment, I will be departing early. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Now I would request chief guest, moderators, speakers, and SVI team to please come to stage for group photo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed outside as the tea is served, and we'll be expecting you back in 20 minutes as we begin our first session. Thank you.
to commence our session. I request all the participants to please take your seats and the speakers to join us on the stage. Please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Komal Khan, Research Officer, Strategic Vision Institute, Islamabad. We are going to commence our first session titled Global Technology Dynamics. Technological advances have significantly bolstered military capabilities with rapid progress in disruptive technologies that have been fundamentally transforming contemporary warfare and strategy and are poised to play a crucial role in future conflicts. Together, we seek to analyze global technology dynamics and their profound implications for the evolving global order. The session would be moderated by Dr. Adil Sultan. Dr. Adil is the Dean of Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies, Acting Chair of the Department of Strategic Studies, and the co-founder of the Center for Aerospace and the co-founder of the Strategic Foresight for Asia. Previously, he was director at the Center for Aerospace and Security Studies and a visiting research fellow at the Center for Science and Security Studies, King's College, London. Our first conference speaker for this session would be Ms. Ghazala Yasmin. Ms. Ghazala Yasmin Jalil is Research Fellow at Arms Control and Disarmament Center, Institute of Strategic Studies, Islamabad. With extensive experience in arms control and disarmament, she has made significant contributions to the field through national and international publications, including book chapters. Her research focuses on contemporary trends in arms control, with particular emphasis on the outer space, this space nuclear nexus, the interplay of AI and nuclear deterrence, hypersonic missiles, India's ballistic missile defense system, missile developments, and the dynamics of the South Asian nuclear arms race. Ms. Ghazala will be presenting her conference paper titled Hypersonic Missile Race, Regional and Global Implications. Our second conference speaker for this session would be Mr. Ahmed Ali. Ahmed Ali is Research Associate at Strategic Vision Institute, Islamabad. His areas of research include emerging military technologies and cybersecurity. Mr. Ahmed Ali will be presenting his conference paper titled Drone Warfare and Threshold of the Use of Force. Our third conference speaker for this session would be Mr. Ali Abbas. Mr. Ali Abbas is Research Officer at Balochistan Think Tank Network, BTTN, Quetta. His research interests include information and psychological warfare, nuclear deterrence, and emerging technologies with a particular focus on hypersonic weapons and Iran's ballistic missile program. Mr. Abbas will be presenting his conference paper titled Hypersonic Weapons and the Future of Strategic Stability Between the Nuclear Rivals. I would now hand over the session to Dr. Adil. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Komal. So thank you, Brigade Salik, for organizing this event. I'm happy that finally nuclear weapons in South Asia और strategic stability से आगे निकल आए हैं. So we are talking about something which is futuristic. और this will add, as जैसे इनके remarks में था, this will add learning to the young scholars जिन्होंने इन चीजों को deal करना है future के अंदर. I have a short presentation because I was allotted 10 minutes. तो वो मुझे लगा कि obligatory है तो मैंने 10 minutes करने हैं. लेकिन what I'll do is I'll pen my presentation या जो remarks है towards the end. Okay, first I don't want to steal that thunder from the young scholars, emerging scholars. ये अपनी presentations कर दे and then I'll give my perspective on these emerging and disruptive technologies जिस तरह से हम इसको study करते हैं. So I'll request Ms. Ghazala Jalil to be the first speaker, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I am really grateful to SVI for giving me this opportunity to speak here. I really don't know how I ended up among all these young scholars, but I did. So mm, today I'll be talking about hypersonic missile race, regional and global implications. So there has been rapid advancements in hypersonic missile technology, which has ignited a global arms race among the major powers like US, China, and Russia, which are vying for dominance in this frontier. So my presentation will delve into the characteristics of hypersonic missile, their development, and their implications for the region, with a particular focus on India and its impact on the region. So first of all, delving into the characteristics of hypersonics. So as everybody knows, they have tremendous speed. So a hypersonic missile has to have at least Mach 5 speed to be called a hypersonic, which means 5 times the speed of sound. And there is, so that becomes up to about 4,000 miles per hour. And there are missiles that can travel up to 27 Mach. Russia's Avangard has 27 Mach speed. And then again, they are maneuverable well. So hypersonic missiles are highly maneuverable and can have long ranges. And then another characteristic they have, because of their tremendous speed and maneuverability, they can penetrate most ballistic missile defense systems. So what makes them special and lethal is that not just their speed, but their ability to maneuver once they're launched. And then so essentially there are 3 kinds of hypersonic missile. The ballistic missiles that US, Russia has possessed are also hypersonic speed. They have existed for decades. But these 2 newer type of hypersonic missiles are game changers. So I have this small video that I'm gonna play. Hopefully it should play. Okay.
There are 3 basic types: guided ballistic missiles, boost glide missiles, and hypersonic cruise missiles. Guided ballistic missiles are like normal ballistic missiles, but the re-entry vehicle, which carries the warhead back into the atmosphere after the missile shoots up through it, has steering fins attached to guide it to the target. Boost glide weapons are propelled to great speeds by rockets, just like ballistic missiles. But rather than arcing high above the atmosphere as ballistic missiles do, gliders re-enter the atmosphere shortly after launch. They rely on aerodynamic lift to stay aloft, potentially for thousands of miles without the use of an engine. The basic idea is the same as a hang glider. Hypersonic cruise missiles are powered throughout their flight. To keep flying at such great speeds over long distances, they need special scramjet engines. The speed of the missiles itself forces air into the engine, where it combusts at supersonic speeds.
So this slide is basically just to give you an idea of how much countries are spending on this. So the estimate for 2023 was that there is 7.12 billion being spent on hypersonic missiles. And almost 35% of that is being spent in North America. So 1/3 of it, mostly US is spending on it. And then coming to hypersonic missiles by Russia. So it has the Avangard ICBM, which uses a hypersonic boost glide vehicle. It has a Mach 27 speed and 6,000 kilometer range, and it has already been deployed reportedly. And then they have the Kinzhal, which is air-launched guided cruise missile with a range of 15,000 kilometer and Mach 10 speed. And it is nuclear and conventional warhead capable. And then there's Sircon, which is ship-launched hypersonic cruise missile. which is capable of targeting on ground and at sea with Mach 6 to 8. Then China has a few missiles, DF, ZF, hypersonic glide vehicle with a Mach 10 speed and range of 1200 kilometer. And then CHAS X-13, which 10 Mach speed and 1500 kilometer range. And then the Starry Sky 2, which it tested in August 2018. And it is already operational. It will be operational by 2025 in a year. And it is expected to develop longer range hypersonic capabilities such as DF-31, the 8,000 kilometer range. So what China is saying is that its hypersonic missile drive is fueled by fear of US hypersonic missiles that can potentially conduct a first strike while US missile defenses would defeat a retaliatory strike by China. So this is China's motivation for developing these weapons. Then there are US is also developing a number of hypersonic missiles. But what is distinct about US hypersonic missiles is that they are mostly meant for conventional use, which essentially means that they are looking for more precision in their missiles. So the US Navy has a number of hypersonic, the Army and the Air Force. And US basically claims that these weapons are aimed at neutralizing Russian and Chinese significant hypersonic missile developments. And then these are a number of countries that are also working on developing hypersonic missiles. And this is just a map to give you an idea of how many countries are already, the red is countries that are developing, and the blue is the ones that are still researching on it. Now coming to India, India has already joined the race to develop hypersonic missiles, and it tested the high-speed technology demonstrator vehicle first in June, then in September 2020, and the last test was in January 2023. It is powered by a scramjet engine with an altitude of 30 kilometers and a speed of Mach 6. And India has already spent about 30 million on the development of hypersonics, and it may be about 4 to 5 years away from developing and deploying these missiles. Then another one India has is the BrahMos 2, which it is developing in collaboration with Russia. It's expected to have a Mach 6 speed, 290 kilometer range, and 300 kg warhead. And it uses a hypersonic scramjet technology. And Russia and India are both contributing towards funding this research and development. And it is thought to be based on Russia's Circon hypersonic missile. And their expected development date of this missile is about 2028. It was expected to be developed earlier, but they have faced some delays in this regard. So coming to global security implications, they are a double-edged sword. I'll explain in a minute why I say that. So hypersonic missiles will affect strategic calculations among the great powers like US, Russia, China, and undermine nuclear deterrence. Hypersonic missiles can penetrate missile defense systems. That's why they are destabilizing in one way. And then China and Russia already made it apparent that hypersonic missile development is a hedge against US missile defenses. While hypersonic missiles are essentially escalatory and increase chances of a strategic conflict. Another element associated with them is that they encourage first strikes temptations. It can, if you cannot defend against a hypersonic attack, so there is the temptation to go first in a crisis. So they are essentially escalatory. Now this diagram basically explains why it is effective against a BMD system. Because BMD system uses radars that if our conventional ballistic missiles travel in a arch parabolic trajectory. So it is very, the radars can detect the missile launch very early on. While you can see with hypersonic missiles, the radar detection happens very late in the trajectory, just minutes before it hits the target. So that is why it is effective against ballistic missile defense systems. Then more global security implications are that it would fuel an arms race, leading great powers to go for development of hypersonic anti-missile systems and other technologies to defeat enemy missiles. They are destabilizing since deployment of conventional hypersonic missiles may lead to failure of the adversary to distinguish between a conventional or a nuclear warhead. Then hypersonic missiles will likely drive changes to deterrence postures of great powers as well. This could lower the threshold for nuclear use and may increase the possibility of accidental launch. However, hypersonic missiles are also stabilizing in a way for nuclear deterrence for Russia and China, since it helps penetrate the US missile defense system and restores the concept of mutual vulnerability, which is at the core of nuclear deterrence. So that is why hypersonic missiles' global implications are complex. Okay. Coming to regional security implications, I'll quickly run through some of these because we are quickly running out of time. Hypersonic missile could further change nuclear deterrence calculations between India and Pakistan. India, a country with which will have hypersonic missiles in a few years, would have an edge over Pakistan. It would increase the first strike tendencies in the possessor state, that is India, with the confidence that it can strike the adversary and absorb a counter-strike through missile defenses. And this is very much relevant in the case of India and Pakistan because India has BMD, India has hypersonic, and Pakistan does not have hypersonic or BMD. So it would further erode nuclear deterrence between the two countries and create first strike temptations. And then this is the OODA loop, which means that this is most countries use this to observe a threat, to decide and act against it. So in a hypersonic missile launch, this OODA loop or this cycle would be very compressed. Decision makers have very little time to react. And then also coming to India and Pakistan equation, the short flight missile times in South Asia, which are already 5 to 10 minutes, would further be shortened. And it would only take a few minutes for India to initiate the first strike in the absence of a credible countermeasure. And as you can see here in this picture, taken from Dr. Adil's paper in 2021, that hypersonic cruise missiles, if it's launched from Delhi to Lahore, it will take less than 3 minutes to reach. Then the bigger picture, I think it's very important to look at hypersonic missile development in the context of what else India is developing. So India has a preemptive counterforce strategy against Pakistan increasingly, and it is pursuing BMD, and it is also expanding its space capabilities with nearly 24 dedicated military satellites. This capability ideally suited for a preemptive strike launch against Pakistan to take out its major nuclear forces, and the remaining missiles in a counter-strike can be intercepted by Indian BMD. So India is developing an array of capabilities or a toolbox for preemptive counterforce strike should it choose to use it. So it essentially erodes nuclear deterrence and makes South Asia highly volatile nuclear theater. I'm nearly done. So these are a few of the options that Pakistan can exercise to counter balance the instability. It can develop its own hypersonic missile, but the technology is expensive, and I don't think at the moment it's a viable option for Pakistan. Pakistan is already diversifying its delivery systems like cruise missiles and MIRV, which can easily penetrate a BMD system, and strategies like mobility, dispersion, and camouflage to increase the survivability of its nuclear force in case of a preemptive strike. And then Pakistan also, depending on how much money it can invest in it, should mature its second strike capability. Right now, Pakistan has a very basic rudimentary capability which it needs to develop. And I will stop here and would be happy to answer any question. Thank you so much.
Great, Ms. Ghazala. You took 15 minutes. So request two speakers. Kindly restrict your remarks with 10 minutes क्योंकि बाकी उसके बाद lunch भी करना, ठीक है? अगर late करेंगे तो late हो जाएंगे. अच्छा, so those of you, the audience who are present here, जो attention नहीं दे रहे, तो we will have a quiz after this session, जिसमें question answer भी होंगे. One of the questions that मैं आपको leading के, what's the fundamental difference between ballistic missile and cruise missile? Because दोनों hypersonic speeds में होते हैं, especially once ballistic missile is in its re-entry phase. और जो across the border पीछे बैठे हुए तीन youngsters, you can come closer, join in this conversation. अच्छा, जो question answer session होगा, we will keep it bilingual. So don't worry about कि जी what you are speaking कि अंग्रेजी सही होती है नहीं होती है. This event, whole conference is all about clearing these concepts about emerging and disruptive technologies. So feel free to ask any question. All questions are relevant. So start thinking about these for question answer session. We want to have this vibrant debate discussion. Ali number one, Ali Ahmed. Yeah. Just 10 minutes.
Sure. So thank you. The topic of my research is drone warfare and threshold of use of force. So here's the sequence of my presentation. I'll be talking about role of drones in contemporary warfare. Then I'll move to the core arguments that I'll be presenting. And finally, to support my arguments, I'll be putting forward some case studies. So if we talk about role of drones in contemporary warfare, the proliferation of drone technology has revolutionized the way states and even non-state actors engage in conflicts. So the use of common uses of drone technology are targeted strikes, surveillance, and kamikaze style attacks. There are prominent examples all around the world for these uses. So if we talk about the conflicts that saw extensive usage of drone, then there comes role of drone in second Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. So Azerbaijan's utilization of drones proved to be instrumental in countering Armenian ground forces, although this usage was one-sided, but it still had an impact on the outcome of war. So the war ended with Armenia accepting a ceasefire agreement under severe terms, influenced by heavy losses due to Azerbaijani drones. So the deployment of kamikaze style, or we can call it suicide drones in recent conflicts, like one I have told you, and the other one, ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. It has also been witnessed that suicide drones have been used and are being used in this ongoing conflict extensively. So in contemporary times, drones provide aerial documentation of conflict zone. This is the role that is not really explored yet. So drones today provide aerial documentation of conflict zones, and drone footage then becomes a vital tool in propaganda efforts, influencing public perception and contributing to the broader information warfare. As during the initial days of Russia-Ukraine conflict, there was a footage of drone where Ukrainian drone hit Russian tank, and that footage was circulated worldwide. So this is an example of this role that drones play. Moving towards my core arguments, cost considerations. So the relatively low cost of building and maintaining drones, coupled with the absence of onboard pilots, present a significant advantage when employing force. So drones, as compared to the traditional manned aircrafts, are generally cheaper to manufacture and maintain. The reason being is that drones are smaller in size, they are simpler in design, and the absence of life support systems required for human pilots. So there's another reason. The other reason is that the components of drones are mass produced for various commercial as well as consumer applications. So this economy of scale also contributes to its low cost. Here's the comparison of top of the line drone and top of the line aircraft. So I couldn't find two of the figures for the Reaper drone, but still it will give you an idea that what is the cost difference for these. So the purchasing cost of Reaper drone is around 32 million per unit, and for F-35 Lightning II, it's 109 million per unit. So per operational cost per hour is also significantly, there's a difference between both. It's $32.50 per hour for drone, and for F-35 Lightning II, it's around $44,000. So moving forward, there are a few arguments that would contribute to the results I want to portray. So first one is risk compensation. The concept of risk compensation suggests that when there is a constant level of acceptable risk, decreasing the risk associated with certain action can increase its acceptance. So to put simply, if something becomes safer to do, people may do it more frequently. This is the core of risk compensations. So now drones, in context of drones eliminate the direct human costs of conflict for the party using them. This technological advancement leads to an increased risk taking by those protected from the immediate consequences. Hence, employing force becomes easy, or what we can call it, it lowers the threshold for use of force. So the remote nature of engagement can encourage decision makers to authorize actions that are risky because they are protected from it. Second one is body bag effect. The fear of sustaining casualties often influences public opinion and political decisions, potentially leading to a caution in engaging or employing force. Drone technology, with its capability of operating without a human pilot on board, significantly reduces the risk of casualties among militaries. This aspect aligns with public's growing aversion to casualties in wars, as described by the body bag effect, leading to willingness regarding the use of force. This Vietnam War is best example of this. So precision and long endurance, I'll combine both of these headings. One of the key arguments in favor of drone use is their capability to precisely engage targets. The reason being is that drones have long endurance and they can hover over the target for hours and hours. It's around I think 30 hours for a single flight. So this aspect of drone ability to loiter enhances the precision of military operations that incentivizes the use of force. Now, when it comes to acceptance of drones, so when countries targeted by drone strikes might perceive these attacks differently than they would for a manned aircraft incursion. Why? Because it's less form of direct attack. Why? Because there's no human pilot in drone. So the use of force using drones often receive less media coverage compared to ground operations or manned aircraft attacks. I'll prove it when I'll come to case studies. Drones usage has a certain degree of normalization in public consciousness due to the increased use of drones in contemporary times. So you might also have an acceptance for a drone. Why? Because it has roles in civil side as well as military side. So there's a degree of normalization for public. it seems more routine and less shocking. So operational advantages over manned aircrafts, drones can be deployed more rapidly and with greater ease. Also, operating drones generally require less extensive training compared to flying conventional aircraft. So this is a big advantage for drones. They have forward basing. They don't need paved runways for landing or takeoff. So this is an very interesting arguments that you also might have been finding it interesting. So the debate until now suggests that drone technology has reduced the threshold for use of force in contemporary times. So now coming towards the case studies, I'll be uh, I'll be presenting the case studies that would support my arguments that I have previously presented. So in January 2023, Israel conducted a drone strike in Iran that targeted a military factory near Isfahan. This is one instance that shows how drone technology has lowered the threshold for military engagements, allowing states to conduct precise operations with reduced risk. If it was a manned aircraft, firstly, Israel might not have considered going for this strike. So by opting for a drone strike, Israel demonstrated the ability to target key facilities in Iran while minimizing the potential for direct confrontation and the risk typically associated with traditional military actions. So second is Russia in April 2008 downed a Georgian drone. Eventually, they fought a war in August 28, but if it was a manned aircraft that was downed by Russia, that war might have been started in that same month. So Israel's downing of an Iranian armed drone in Feb 2018 further demonstrates a lowered threshold for engaging in proactive acts. Downing of US Global Hawk by Iranian forces in June 2019 is another example. In this case, drones perceived as less proactive option compared to manned aircraft facilitated a response that might have otherwise been deemed too escalatory or risky. So if we, so I was talking about the peace times. Now, if we go for wartime situation or conflict zones, the usage of drone in conflicts like Russia and Ukraine are also extensive. Both sides are prioritizing the use of drones to strike each other facilities, opting not to deploy their substantial fleets of manned aircraft. This choice stems from the significant risks associated posed by both states' surface to air missiles, which endanger pilots supporting ground operations. Both of these states have engaged in less costly form of war. So to conclude my presentation, in all these instances, escalation dynamics might have been more likely to spiral into an armed conflict if manned aircraft would have been used instead of drones. So these incidents reinforce that drone technology has lowered the threshold for use of force. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Ali Abbas. Uh, the debate is ongoing debate is whether manned aircraft will become obsolete or not. I'm happy कि Ali Abbas ने जो he made an argument the merits of having drone. अगर ये पहले आ जाते मैं और बनूरी साहब शायद एयरफोर्स में ना होते हम obsolete हो चुके होते ठीक है but this is an interesting argument कि ये जो cost benefit इसके उस पे करते हैं we will get into this debate start thinking about the application of this क्योंकि combat collaborative combat aircraft ये जो unmanned जो clone कह ले कि जी fighter aircraft के F-16 जा रहा है उसके साथ दूसरा जो F-16 unmanned with more payload lesser avionics controlled by the जो primary aircraft ये सारे concepts evolve हो रहे हैं so start thinking about it and we will have more discussion और Ali से पूछेंगे during question answer session now Ali number 2 Ali Abbas from Quetta he is from BTTN welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. And it's wonderful to see seasoned professionals and youngsters together in today's gathering. I will have the privilege to present my paper titled Hypersonic Weapons and the Future of Strategic Stability Between the Nuclear Rivals. The sequence of my presentation is as follows, as flashed. Right, so hypersonic weapons are characterized by high speeds and unprecedented maneuverability. They can maneuver kilometers, even miles, when they are mid-flight. They can maintain evasiveness and target ambiguity since they maneuver the terminal defense or the ground, the mid-course defense might not be able to calculate where exactly this hypersonic weapon is heading, as contrasted by ballistic missiles, which falls in a parabolic shape. You can know where it is going to land. It is a novel weapon. That means that we should deeply analyze this weapon and know about its implications and consequences on strategic stability. Also, we'll be talking about the costs and the perceived benefits of these weapons and the technological challenges, because these are new technologies. New countries are coming into this domain. So it's not a mature technology. So we'll be talking about the challenges as well. Also, the hype that is attached with the hypersonic weapons, is it justified or is it just a hype that people like to talk on? Theoretical framework. Now, our paper is based on the security dilemma theoretical framework. Its three precepts, that is threat perception, arms race, and crisis instability. Now, a country develops a hypersonic weapon. The other state takes it as a threat. Now, as a response, it is going to engage in an arms race to equalize that strategic effect. And when the arms race goes out of hand, when the differences become so large, it causes crisis instability and might cause first strike temptations, especially in case of India and Pakistan, which we'll be talking about later in this presentation. In the objectives, we would like to explore hypersonic technology, its perceived benefits and limitations again. Hypersonic weapons, how will they alter strategic stability between the global powers as well as the nuclear rivals, the neighbors in South Asia? And also, again, the difference between the global powers and South Asia, there will be a difference between the analysis and the outcomes and the repercussions. We will be talking about that in detail. Hypersonic weapons are attained because they perceivably, they give you a strategic edge. They give you the ability to strike the enemy with surety. The United States withdrew from the ABM treaty back in 2002, which caused fears in Russia and it started anticipating future BMD systems so advanced that the United States might be able to get away with the first strike. The United States also started its conventional global prompt strike program, and they intended to strike targets all over the globe within an hour. China fears a decapitating strike. As discussed in my paper, it has a fairly smaller nuclear arsenal, which is more susceptible to a first strike, a decapitating strike. So in order to offset that, it is developing hypersonic glide vehicles and hypersonic cruise missiles. Also, anti-access area denial, A2AD, is a very important concept in hypersonic realm, because this gives you superior firepower to reduce the enemy's mobility. Firepower and mobility, that's what we talk about in war. Excuse me. And also precision targeting of critical and moving infrastructure. That is also something that hypersonic weapons will come into play in. Technological challenges, something that is very much overlooked, especially for hypersonic optimists. These weapons, they are new. They can fly at speeds at least Mach 5. So they can go for Mach 10, Mach 15, Mach 20. But the difference between them and ballistic missile is that the ballistic missile goes through a parabola and it reaches 600 kilometers, 500 kilometers. It exits the atmosphere. The HGV or HCM, it remains within the atmosphere. The HGV, it exits, but it re-enters. So the atmosphere has a lot of drag, and also there's a lot of kinetic energy and the hypersonic flow concept where the temperature exceeds 1600 Celsius. The carbon-carbon composite that is mainly used in hypersonic glide vehicles and cruise missiles is extremely challenging to produce. The United States, China, and Russia, they currently are the advanced countries. The USA, surprisingly, does not have a deployable operational cruise missile or HGV, and that explains why it's so hard to make a hypersonic weapon. Also, the cutting edge computer systems, the navigation systems, the guidance systems, these are not simple, as simple as a ballistic missile might be, because they need to maneuver, they need to lock their targets as well, not lose their target while they're maneuvering. So that also requires a strong technological scientific prowess, which a lot of countries do not have yet. Now we in the paper, we talk about the drag and loss of kinetic energy. In this slide, you can see that hypersonic weapons are both costly and they are susceptible to drag and loss of kinetic energy. The drag increases with the square of the velocity. The loss of kinetic energy increases with the cube of the velocity. So the longer the hypersonic weapon flies, the slower it will get as compared to a ballistic missile. And here you can see that the United States might spend $41 million for an intermediate range hypersonic boost glide missile, whereas for maneuverable re-entry vehicle, which my colleague alluded to as advanced ballistic missile, it will cost around $26 million. The lift and drag also, again, we will discuss in the upcoming slide why hypersonic weapons might be even slower than ballistic missiles, as proved by graphs. Now, the disruptive capacity and the future of strategic stability is that we think that hypersonic weapons will not alter the thought on strategic stability in the near future, especially in long-range strikes. Because ballistic missiles are currently suited much better to strike targets longer than 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, and up to 10,000 miles. In the near term, hypersonic weapons will function better in tactical level, theater level, and operational level, ranges below 2,000 kilometers. And as said in the paper, the current ballistic missiles can bypass existing missile defense. The United States has the most sophisticated interceptor system with 44 interceptors throughout the world. The DoD conducted a test checking 2 salvos of North Korean ballistic missiles, and supposedly they failed to intercept it. So 2 ICBMs could not be intercepted by the most advanced interceptor system in the world. Now, the US interceptor system has a strike rate of 45%. That is not good for, it's not a good statistic for when it comes to nuclear weapons and hypersonic missiles. All nuclear states right now are vulnerable to ballistic missile attacks. The hypersonic weapons as such have not brought any significant alteration into the thinking of nuclear strategists because they are already vulnerable. Countries cannot already defend against existing ballistic missiles, let alone hypersonic weapons. This is the graph that I wanted to talk about. Hypersonic weapons are not so fast. The black line in the middle you see is the ballistic missile on a minimum energy trajectory. The orange one is a suppressed trajectory, and this maroon line is hypersonic glide vehicle. As it crosses 5,000 kilometers, the range, you can see that an HGV will take 5 to 20 minutes longer than a conventional ballistic missile to reach its target. So for longer ranges, again, the concept of drag, loss of kinetic energy, the HGV or HCM slowing down is all factors that we have to bring into consideration. Now, there's also a twist in the paper where we talk about tactical superiority and dominance. As I said, for long ranges, they might not be as effective. But for shorter ranges, below 2,000 kilometers, they are well suited to engage targets. They give immense firepower, and with the maneuverability, they can confuse existing defense systems, the naval-based defense systems like the Aegis BMD of the United States, which is stationed in the Asia Pacific and all over the world. The shorter distance will also help mitigate the physics-related challenges. As it goes longer, it gets even hotter and it gets even slower. But for tactical levels, that will not affect it as much, we believe. Hypersonic weapons for Russia and China will serve well as A2AD weapons in A2AD missions. Final portion of my presentation talks about hypersonic weapons and strategic stability in South Asia. As we talked about tactical level, India and Pakistan's, the ranges of their centers, city centers or military centers is below 1,000 kilometers. So that comes into that system. Now, what India is doing is it's developing its BMD. It has already acquired the S-400, and now it is working on BrahMos 2. Now, the difference between BrahMos 2 and BrahMos 1 is that one, the range, and two, the speed and the maneuverability. BrahMos has a range of 290 kilometers. BrahMos 2 has a purported range of more than 1,000 miles. So with the BrahMos that was launched back in 2022, it can't strike each and every critical target here in Pakistan, what we call counter force targets. But with the BrahMos 2, it can not only target Pakistanis, the counter force targets, but even in China as well, in some parts of China. So it will change the dynamics here in South Asia. And again, with the preemptive temptations that India has, and with the S-400 system, Pakistan, again, coming back to the security dilemma, might feel a threat, and then it might go for an arms race. And then again, we might be able to control the crisis and stability, but again, those things are here. Pakistan will seek collaboration with China. That is what we believe, as has been the case with the past. This map that I want to show you, on the left corner, we have this second line, which is 300 kilometers. This is the purported range of the BrahMos. And as I discussed in the paper, Balochistan, KP, they might be safe from BrahMos. But coming to the center, where you have this first line with the 1,000 kilometers radius, this will be the purported range of the BrahMos 2. It will cover Afghanistan, it will cover half of India, half of Iran, and also some parts of China. So there will be some, not some, but significant changes here in South Asia if they become successful with fielding the hypersonic weapon that is BrahMos 2. In conclusion, I would like to say that hypersonic weapons are novel and they need time to mature. It's very early to say whether they will have long-lasting effects or otherwise. Hypersonic weapons will help in defeating existing systems. This is what a lot of people believe. However, we say that this understanding might be too optimistic. Hypersonic weapons are technically challenging and they incur heavy financial burdens on the countries as displayed here. Ballistic missiles will remain the weapons of choice for long-range strikes. Modern hypersonic weapons will not alter thought on strategic stability on global level. Okay, this is of emphasis, global level. But in South Asia, due to the contiguity and the proximity, it will have a major impact on Pakistan's security and on Chinese sea lines of communications as well, as it uses the Indian Ocean. This may result in an arms race where Pakistan could acquire its own hypersonic glide vehicle or a hypersonic cruise missile, potentially with China's help. That is it. Thank you so much.
Now another emerging scholar. So let me admit that I don't know much about emerging technologies and disruptive technologies because these technologies are still emerging, evolving. So there's a very strong debate going on in the Western circle, the technologically advanced countries. They are also contemplating these technologies. Many of these technologies have yet to mature, but there's very vibrant debate. And that is why it is important for us to understand the implications of these technologies as and when these technologies are introduced into our region, into particular conflict. I'll try to limit my remarks to 10 minutes. I had been harsh with my panelists, so you can take revenge. Agar main 10 minutes se upar ho gaya, to you can stop me. ठीक है? अच्छा. These are some of the technologies, not all, though that are known as, some are arguably, questionably, you can categorize as emerging technologies, because some of these technologies have been experimented in 50s or 60s. So what we are seeing nowadays is the improved version of those technologies. So you can questionably say whether these are emerging or not. So artificial intelligence, quantum computing, space technology, cyber, bio nanotechnologies, composite materials, something that Ali Abbas also mentioned. These materials are being used in hypersonic weapons. Hypersonic missiles, again, it's not a new technology, but since the developments are happening and militaries are integrating these systems into their military postures, so you need to understand the implications of these. Drones, again, these were first experimented in 50s or 60s. So this is not a new novel technology. So this was there in some form in World War II as well. Then the anti-satellite. I'll not go about each one of these technologies. We have limited time. But what I'm going to do is something that has not been covered by my panelists, the colleagues over here, sitting young colleagues. AI, space, and quantum. So these are three areas because there is cyber another session and quantum, I assume that's more, that will be covered in the second panel. Okay. Artificial intelligence, as we see, it intersects all domains of warfare and also in commercial ventures as well. So land, air, or sea-based technology. So artificial intelligence is being used in all these technology weapon systems. So what are the problems with it? If it is integrated into nuclear command and control, it can enable or it can help quick analysis. So it can be advantageous. But if you give authority to algorithms to launch nuclear weapons, you integrate AI into nuclear command and control in a way that you are giving that authority to those algorithms to launch nuclear weapons, then it becomes destabilizing. The characteristic of artificial intelligence, it is evolving at a very fast pace. Once we are trying to understand and we are trying to integrate it in military application, there is always another version of artificial intelligence. So there is an ongoing race. So this becomes very difficult. It has an autonomous character, so it has the ability to shape its own direction. So what we are looking at, generative AI in the future, so that will be more problematic. Another problem is that there is increasing role of non-state entities, private entities into AI. Most of the research in the West is going in the commercial side. And that is why the race is very fast-paced because commercial entities, they are working on this for their commercial dividends. So they're competing with each other and that makes it very difficult to compete with those because we do not have that ecosystem in Pakistan. And that's why these technologically advanced countries, they are going at a very faster pace and it becomes very difficult for countries like Pakistan to follow that. Second is the quantum and how it is going to impact the future of warfare. It will still take few years to mature. It has not matured, but it has a very vast potential in terms of communication, sensors, navigation. It can revolutionize everything. It is going to make GPS-based navigation system obsolete. Imagine the air forces, they heavily rely on GPS systems. And once there is a navigation system based on quantum, which doesn't take data from the satellites, how secure that could be or how destabilizing it could be for the other party. So that's one use of that. Another use is about the sensors. There's an argument that in future, the oceans are going to be transparent. The radars are going to be so strong that they would be able to penetrate deep into oceans. So if that kind of technology is being evolved, so there is a question mark that whether the states which are aspiring to acquire second strike capability, should they invest tens and hundreds of billions of dollars in a technology that might become obsolete or redundant because the basic premise about having a short second strike capability is that it is very difficult to detect nuclear powered submarines under the sea. But if you have radars that you can detect, so should you be investing in second strike capability, building nuclear submarines, or should you go for investing in quantum technologies? So that's another argument. Computing would become very powerful. Brigadier Naim Salik also briefly mentioned in his remarks. So the state which will have this advantage of quantum computing, they will be able to secure their cyber networks and have the ability to intercept or intervene in other networks. So that's the kind of potential the quantum would have. Space, which is a neglected area in Pakistan. So we need to see, because everything is linked with space these days. The military, land forces, sea or air, you cannot operate without space. So if a state has dominance in space, with its space-based assets, it will have that superiority over its adversary. AI, like AI, space intersects all domains. It is relevant for sea operations, it is relevant for land-based operation and for the Air Force. I hope that some of you would have heard about this Mackinder theory, that whosoever will control Eurasia would control the world. So somebody coined this is not my phrase, whosoever will control low Earth orbits in the future will rule the world. And there is another problem, that so many commercial entities, they are also launching these satellites into low Earth orbit. It is going to saturate at one point. So countries which are lagging, like Pakistan, you may not be able to place your satellite in that slot because it would be saturated, or it will be dominated by other commercial entities or other states. On space, you may have heard this about moon rush. There is ongoing race by major powers as well as some commercial entities like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos of Amazon. There are many studies that there are tremendous resources on the moon, and these states and non-state entities, that is why they are aspiring to make their bases on moon. So if they in future are able to establish their bases, there would be interest to protect those bases because there are these resources available on this moon. So this could lead to military establishment of military bases on moon in the future. So we are talking about future. There are certain companies like Toyota, they have already invested hundreds and millions of dollars in creating those buggies that will enable human beings to live on moon for a couple of weeks at least. So as technology grows and this competition grows, there could be a possibility of militarization of these planetary or the moon and other planets. Another concept that we introduced in our recently concluded workshop was deterrence in space. Because if you have assets in space and you want to dominate other countries or your rivals, you would develop your capabilities that could deter your adversaries not to mingle or intervene with your assets, your satellite networks. So that's the concept that is evolving. It is similar to something like nuclear deterrence, like deterrence by denial or deterrence by punishment. So these are the concepts that we also experimented or we discussed during our workshop, and we invited a scholar from UK to discuss this. This was very interesting, and I would urge you to think about these issues because we are mostly fixated on deterrence and in the nuclear domain. Now, the impact on warfare and strategy. Well, emerging and disruptive technologies bring a revolution in military affairs. This RMA concept, we very conveniently integrate into our studies or thought process, but it has two components. One is invention. Invention could be anything, a new technology being invented, but unless that technology is incorporated into concepts, the innovation is not going to be there. Or the revolution or military affairs would only be if these technologies are incorporated into your operational concepts. So that becomes revolution in military affairs. So in Pakistan, are we thinking about these things? Are we integrating these technologies into our military concept? If not, I think the RMA that we are discussing is quite different from the RMA that is happening around the world. So how these technologies can impact the future of warfare and strategy? It can make geographical distances irrelevant and battlefields more transparent. You already know the drones being operated from United States into Afghanistan. So the commanders can sit anywhere. So if they have complete picture through radars, through satellites, and they have these secure communication links, They don't need to be in the battlefield. So they can command the troops from far off distances. So the geographical distances are going to be irrelevant once these technologies or part of these technologies are integrated by major powers. The second, the intellectual mass. For now, up till now, we mostly focus on whoever will have more tanks, aircraft, artillery, probably that will give you an advantage. The future is not like this. It is more about intellectual mass. If you are able to bring those ideas, bring those people who are data scientists, computer engineers, software engineers, and you can collect that mass together and apply that, you will have advantage. So the mass, the material mass won't matter much. It would be more about intellectual mass, how you incorporate that into your operational concepts. The third is organizational cultures. We know the fighting forces, they always take lead in command. But if the future battlefield is going to be entirely different, so you would need to give precedence or importance to these data scientists, quantum engineers, software engineers in your decision making. And that is critical because they are going to be your fighting troops, or your future warriors need to be aware of these technologies that is coming in the future or how these are being integrated. So these were some of the some bullet points, and I'm sure that we can discuss more during question and answer session if the time permits. The implications for Pakistan. Our existing military posture is more fixated about, yes, they should have stopped me. There's a more fixated about conventional nuclear deterrence. Okay. लेकिन जो future conflict between India and Pakistan, most likely the way we see, and General Sarfraz was also talking about, we need to see, contextualize our environment with respect to India. India is far ahead. It has taken a lead. Yes, for a number of reasons के उनका जो ecosystem है they have developed, उसमें commercial entities या commercial ventures को उन्होंने promote किया जिससे वो military dividends लेते रहे. And of course, United States and other technologically advanced countries, they are helping India. India-US collaboration, General Sarfraz also mentioned, but important जो उसका एक जो evolve हो रहा है, the kind of strategic partnership, it's more technology intensive, like this initiative for creative and emerging technologies. This talks about transfer of technologies, quantum में, cyber में, AI के अंदर. So India is benefiting from all those. For बेसिक फाउंडेशनल एग्रीमेंट्स की बात की थी जनरल सरफराज ने भी, जो बीका बेसिक एक्सचेंज कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट्स, ऑल दोज एग्रीमेंट्स अलाउ United States resources to be used by India, so that gives India an advantage. Hypersonic asset weapons पे सारी बात कर ली. So the point is, the implication for Pakistan are serious, but how to go about it? We need to prioritize national resources and invest in critical and emerging technologies for commercial as well as military application. It is not necessary that you develop all these technologies. Depending upon your resources, your capacity, you can identify what are critical technologies for now, and you can invest your human resource and money on these technologies so that you start competing with your adversaries. We need to build public-private partnership. Military-run ventures are not going to succeed because there is a peculiar culture. These technologies have prospered or advanced in the West because commercial entities were ahead. So we need to work on this. We need to bring organizational changes in military where data scientists, AI and software, I've already talked about it. We need to develop new concepts of war fighting, keeping into consideration that India would have some of these technologies in a future conflict. ये एक मुल्तान मूवमेंट वाला फ्रेज था. माय कोलीग हशाम, फर्स्ट सेक्रेटरी और फ्रेंड हशाम जो फॉरेन ऑफिस में है जिनेवा में, ही सेड इट्स अ मुल्तान मीटिंग. मुल्तान का आई एम श्योर कि आपको पता होगा जो कि न्यूक्लियर का डिसीजन जहाँ पे हुआ था कि वी नीड टू बिल्ड वेपन्स एट ऑल कॉस्ट. So he said it's a Multan moment, and it should be a Multan moment, not the Hiroshima moment कि जब ये technologies आपके ऊपर use हो जाए and then you wake up that we need to do something about it. Thank you. Ji, please. I'll just request के briefly अपना introduce कर ले और questions जितने brief रख सके ताकि हम ज़्यादा questions ले सके.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Kana Ghalib. My question is directed to Ms. Ghazala. Your last recommendation was pertaining to the improvement and development of the second strike capability. In the context of remarks highlighted by Dr. Adil Sultan regarding the emerging disruptive technologies of making the seas transparent, would you like to amend your recommendation, or you still would consider some other things? Thank you.
I think we can take 2-3 questions ताकि फिर वो ज़्यादा को opportunity मिले, and then I'll request my panelists के जवाब दे. जी, please.
This is Jawad Alisha. I'm from CI Karachi. My question is from Ms. Ghazala. A short question. Are there any developments, technological developments to counter or to defeat hypersonics? Thank you.
Can you bring mic over here, Ji?
Sir, thank you so much. My name is Zohaib Iltab and I'm from CIS AJK. And my question is that you talked about it, that we need to focus on strategic technologies. But what I have observed that we wrote an article about triad of technologies. So these technologies are work in an ecosystem. So even if you do not develop one technology, so you cannot even properly get benefit from other technology as well. For example, if you this technology, but if you're not developing AI, so you won't be able to cipher patterns, won't be a better situation analysis. So I think that what are your thoughts that we need to see these technologies in integration as compared to seeing this technology alone?
Okay, great. So, Ms. Ghazala, first question जो Colonel Ghalib का था.
Ji, briefly, I will just try to answer that. I still would suggest that Pakistan does need to build up its second strike capability because these emerging technologies are still emerging and they will have an impact on all aspects of warfare and strategic stability. But they're not mutually exclusive. Like you cannot focus on emerging technologies and not build up your second strike capability. I know it's progress. Pakistan does not have enough means to develop a sophisticated second strike capability, but I would still argue that we need to work on it. We may have a rudimentary one right now, based on diesel submarines, Augusta 90s, but we need to work on it. And also anti-hypersonic technologies. The leaders in hypersonic missile race are already investing in it. So especially the US has already a budget request in its last year's fiscal year for developing anti-hypersonic technology. So there's a lot of work going on in that. So I think in the end, it's just like nuclear weapons. So one country develop it, the other one develop it, then you develop BMD systems, then you develop anti-BMD systems. So this hypersonic race is the same. So it's the race for the offensive system and then defensive systems. I think this is the trajectory the hypersonic weapons will also take.
Chale, great. Just a brief उसके counter में you need not to have a technology. It can always be a concept as well. ठीक है. और ये जो question था Zohaib का about if we keep hyphenating के unless we build cyber, AI, space उसको होगा तो you will never start. You as a state, as a decision makers, they have to identify कि आपके critical इस वक्त ज़रूरत क्या है. वो टेक्नोलॉजी आपके पास बेस है या नहीं है, आप उस पर काम कर दें, बाकी चीज़ों पे होगा. लेकिन अगर आप इन सब को होलसम कहेंगे जी सब पे इकट्ठा ही काम होगा तो फिर कभी काम नहीं होगा उसका. दैट इज इट। लेकिन स्पेस को सेपरेट भी आप कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि स्पेस की अगर आप देखें एवोल्यूशन वो काफी पहले से एआई वगैरह का अभी आया है। जो ऑटोनोमस की हम बात कर रहे हैं, एआई इज बीइंग यूज्ड इन स्पेस, लेकिन उसका रोल इस तरह से नहीं है। जो सैटेलाइट्स वगैरह जो आप ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं या जो एंटी सैटेलाइट वेपन्स बन रहे हैं, उनके अंदर एआई का रोल उस तरह से अभी तक नहीं है। फ्यूचर में यस, वी कैन continue with this discussion if we have time, so I'll give you an opportunity to counter my argument. जी, और कोई? बाकी सब समझ आ गया जी।
Assalamualaikum. My name is Mashul Shahnawaz and I'm a student of Strategic and Nuclear Studies at NTU. I have a Dr. Ahmed Ali. When highlighting the positive.
एक मिनट जरा जोर से माइक में बोलिएगा।
Am I audible?
जी जी जरा।
So, about the positive impacts of drone, you talked about how it will be minimized back. On the other hand, we see that in recent times, there is increasing talk of AI-powered fully autonomous drones, and the Pentagon is those. So do you not think that AI-powered fully autonomous drones will be undermining the principles of distinction and proportionality and increasing the civilian losses instead? So that is my question. Thank you.
Great question. चलो। Any other question? जी, यहाँ पे डॉक्टर नासिर हफीज के पास लेके आए, फिर आपके पास लेके आता हूँ।
सर मेरा जो सवाल है वो बड़ा फंडामेंटल है, एंड इट इज़ इन कंटिन्यूएशन टू व्हाट वाज अर्लियर आस्क्ड। तो टेक्नोलॉजी की जब हम बात करते हैं, इन्होंने इकोसिस्टम की बात की सर, तो मैं सर इस इकोसिस्टम की बात उस तरह दोबारा से हाईलाइट करना चाह रहा हूँ, आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि अगर आपके मुल्क में एजुकेशन सिस्टम ही नहीं है, इसके अंदर आपके पास सफिशिएंट मैन पावर ही नहीं है जो एल्गोरिथम लिख सके, अगर आपने कॉपी पेस्ट करके एआई के लिए हम बाहर से ही लेने हैं, तो क्या टेक्नोलॉजी हम अगर जितनी मर्जी ले आए, पूरा एजुकेशन सिस्टम गेयर अप ही नहीं है टेक्नोलॉजी को, आर&डी को डेवलप करने के लिए? तो कुछ देर के लिए एक रेस्पाइट तो आ सकती है कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी को इंपोर्ट करके, लेकिन आर&डी अगर नहीं होगी तो आप हमेशा उस रेस में लैग करेंगे, आप हमेशा एक ऐसे उस ट्रक की बत्ती के पीछे हम चलते रहेंगे, वो एक नई डेवलपमेंट आएगी हम उसके पीछे दौड़ पड़ेंगे। तो क्या हमें एक इकोसिस्टम जो कि बेस्ड ऑन रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट की और एजुकेशन को
शुक्रिया, थैंक यू। जो उधर लेडी ऑन दिस राइट साइड टेबल पे जो है, नहीं इनको इनको दे दें जी।
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shanur Iqbal. I'm a student from Zavist. I'm currently getting my bachelor's in international relations. So my question is basically, Dr. Adil Sultan, you talked about the space race and with states and even commercial entities vying for its control. Do you think that there is any chance that space can be dealt with as an asset or a shared asset of humanity, or in a relatively similar manner as was done with the entire, or an agreement coming about to the way it is used to create certain morals and norms, and to probably stop that concentration that you were talking about?
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Am I? I am Sudha Rahman. I am Sudha Rahman. मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है अली अब्बास से। अली अब्बास ने बेसिकली ये कहा है कि जो बीएमडी सिस्टम है इस वक्त ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव नहीं है, लेकिन हम इफ वी सी द करंट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इन Gaza, that Israel has heavily relied on its Iron Dome system. How do you see that reliance, that it has effectively neutralized many of the Houthi strikes on Israel, and it is heavily relying on its Iron Dome system? And currently we see that in 2023, in October 2023, Israel ने जो है वो 100 किलोमीटर से ऊपर के ऑल्टीट्यूड के ऊपर जो है वो हौसी मिसाइल्स की स्ट्राइक्स को जो है वो हिट किया है या इंटरसेप्ट किया है। तो किस तरह से आप इसको लेते हैं कि इन फ्यूचर कैन दे बी रिलायबल फॉर मेनी अदर नेशंस? बीएमडी सिस्टम रिलायबल हो सकता है दूसरी नेशंस के लिए भी if they do further work on that? So your take on that. Thank you.
You have two fingers? अच्छा, so फिर इसके बाद आएंगे. Okay, I'll appreciate अगर questions आप panelists को करें जिन्होंने मेहनत की ये papers लिखे. हाँ, मैं तो बोलता रहता हूँ और आखिर में conclusion में कर दूंगा. लेकिन I'll be happy to answer any question that I know. ठीक है? So drones वाला question.
So thank you for this very pertinent question. So you have rightly pointed out कि ethical issues इससे, for example, जैसे आपने बात की AI powered drones will increase casualties. But जो कि मेरा core argument था ना, वो this was regarding the drones that are used against the countries. The casualties will increase for the countries the drones are being used, but the country using it won't have that kind of effect with regards to casualties. Or there's then technology and advancement like spinning blades. US has used in Afghanistan RX-9, I guess it's named as. So it was used to eliminate Al-Zawari in Afghanistan. So with that advancement in technology, like you have told, human out of the loop, there are the to tackle the ethical issues साइड बाय साइड इस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजीज भी आ रही हैं. और बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा कि इंटरनेशनली इथिकल डिबेट इस पे चल रही है. इंटरनेशनल ह्यूमैनिटेरियन लॉ के एस्पेक्ट से इसको देखा जा रहा है. ऑल्दो डिबेट चल रही हैं, बट it is not, I'm not sure if these would have any outcome in future. So thank you.
और दूसरा क्वेश्चन BMD वाला भी आपसे ही था? अली अब्बास.
Thank you very much for the question. आपके question से पे आने से पहले, this fine gentleman here asked about the emerging BMD systems. There is one that the United States is working on, which is the hypersonic and ballistic space tracking space sensor, HBTSS. You can search on it, and it relies on the space sensors, not the ground and the naval and the terminal defenses, but also they are going to amalgamate this the space sensor as well to track live when the missile is launched. फ्यूचर ऑफ BMD के बारे में आपने बात की, आपने आयरन डोम के बारे में बात की. देखें, there is a huge difference between advanced nations that own ICBMs like Russia, like China, like North Korea, and with Hamas or with Houthis. ठीक है? Hamas launches what? It launches rockets at most. ठीक है? उनके पास MRBM नहीं है, ICBM नहीं है, short range ballistic missiles even Hamas doesn't have. Hezbollah of Lebanon might have Scuds. Houthis might have been given these guided munitions and a bit long range, not long range, but more than 1,000 kilometers. ठीक है? तो आपने हमास की इंटरसेप्शन के बारे में बात की, आयरन डोम की इंटरसेप्शन के बारे में बात की. रॉकेट्स, दे आर नॉट एज फास्ट एज ICBMs, दे आर नॉट एज डेडली. ठीक है? उनका टेक्नोलॉजी उतना एडवांस नहीं है. So they are easier to intercept as compared to an ICBM. दूसरी बात, अगर आप ईरान का अगर केस देख लें, ईरान ने जो रिटेलिएशन की है, उनके ड्रोन्स बेशक इंटरसेप्ट हुए हैं, उनके कुछ मिसाइल्स इंटरसेप्ट हुए हैं, बट सम ऑफ द मिसाइल्स डिड हिट, दे डिड क्रॉस द आयरन डोम. और ये भी हम नहीं कह सकते कि ईरान ने अपना पूरा एडवांस्ड आर्सनल भेज दिया है. ईरान माइट हैव सेंट सम मिसाइल्स दैट वर गोइंग टू बी ऑब्सोलीट. ठीक है? एंड इट वाज प्रोपोर्शनल अटैक. इफ ईरान वांटेड टू attack Israel with impunity or without keeping proportion in mind, I am sure that they would have evaded the Iron Dome, but they did not do it because it has strategic implications. Proportionality रखनी होती है आपने. So that's why आपका जो question है, this is the difference between rockets and short range BMs and middle range BMs, intermediate range BMs and ICBMs. They are quite technologically sophisticated, the ICBMs, ठीक है, as compared to rockets. So I hope that answers your question.
चलो, great, thank you. जी, अभी जो डॉक्टर नासिर ने क्वेश्चन पूछा और मिस जो थी उसकी स्पेस का, मैं कंक्लूडिंग 1 मिनट में उनको आंसर कर दूंगा. लेट्स गिव अपॉर्चुनिटी. जो बाकी क्वेश्चन है वो 2 मेरे पास ऑनलाइन भी हैं. नहीं सर, डॉक्टर शबाना फयाज.
जी, अस्सलाम वालेकुम everybody. I have a brief question regarding the cost-benefit analysis of disruptive technologies, and I would like to ask about the non-kinetic impact of the disruptive technologies on the civilians and also like health and other systems. airline system? And secondly, I'm also keen to know about the Pakistan's option. Is there be some work or the prospects of Pakistan-China cooperation for the longer term collaboration in this field?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. We have two questions because मुझे चट दे दिए कि 5 मिनट हैं, उसके बाद lunch नहीं मिलेगा. तो online participant है Usama Nizamani again. He asked question for me. So Usama, sorry, we can have discussion बाद में करेंगे. Zohaib, somehow ये जो Generation Z का abbreviated typo होता है ये मुझे समझ नहीं आया. लेकिन जो समझ आया मैं वो बता दूं कि NT has to overcome the evolution of hypersonic missile. Can't we go defensive strategy? अच्छा, simple. Can we have defensive strategy? जो ज़ोएब ने पूछा है hypersonic missile के आपने already जवाब दे दिए. Whether you want to add something to it or not. चलें, brief.
Quite get what he wanted.
I couldn't also get. तो मैं उससे assume कर रहा हूँ. वो
In your
कह रहा
own
है कि
words,
जी,
please, if you could.
I think he's saying hypersonic missiles. Can we have defensive strategy?
We can have an offensive defense strategy, as I would like to term it, where, as I said, BMDs, they cannot defend against huge salvo of ICBMs, so let alone hypersonic missiles with the maneuverability and the evasiveness. So what we can do is that we're going to tell them, you make a hypersonic weapon, we're going to make our own hypersonic weapon. If you use it, we're going to use it on you. So you don't have any, I mean, we cannot make a BMD system as good as that would intercept an advanced ballistic missile or a hypersonic glide vehicle or a cruise missile. So offense is the best defense, I guess.
Osama had asked a question. India is also taking steps to incorporate the corporate or private sector to make investments in defense-related production, and they have shown good progress in improving the defense manufacturing-related capacity. Shouldn't a similar approach be encouraged in Pakistan by creating a civil-military fusion instead of relying on the military only to solely carry out such initiatives? I think this is what I said. We need to have public-private partnerships. ये इस पे से कोई denial नहीं है. Alone military cannot do much because then they are not trained for this technological advantage. I cannot refuse you, sir. आप तो intervene करें ना, sir.
Years back, under the auspices of CISS, this was sponsored by the Defense Export Promotion Organization, and we had a lot of private enterprises. There are already many private enterprises which you don't know. For instance, Va Nobel, and there are so many other entities which are not known, who are contributing in various ways. Some are producing complete systems, some are producing components which are used then by the defense industry. So it's not that this area is totally blank in Pakistan. There is definitely more scope for this, but the people are cognizant of this, and there are efforts being made to make use of the potential of the private entrepreneur and the private industries and their specialization. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Shabana का सवाल कोई आंसर करना चाहता है आप में से? जी, please.
Quickly, I think every time you're investing in armament, you are taking away from human security. So especially in South Asia, in Pakistan, I'm a firm believer that we should be investing less in armament and more in the people. Once you invest in people, it will give back to you. You know, it will add to your national power and to your military and defense power as well. As far as China-Pakistan cooperation is concerned, yes, China is one of the few countries that is willing to cooperate with Pakistan. They have done so vis-a-vis nuclear energy and hypersonic. China has the technology. So it is possible they will do it, but the question still remains that can Pakistan afford to invest in this technology? Because Pakistan cannot afford to get into an arms race, weapon for weapon. We should always look for effective, cheaper, cost-effective counter strategies for expensive weapons. Thank you so much.
I would like to add very short to our question. Ma'am, see, I believe that there should be compartmentalization of budgeting, where if we are spending a portion on armament, we have to spend on the education and on social services separately. We cannot take out from the defense and then give it to education. And similarly, we can't take out from the education or from the development and give it to the armament. I think every sector has its own responsibilities. We are well lucky enough to have a good defense industry that is at par with a lot of other developed nations. But our education system, our social services, they're lagging behind. It's not because we are overspending on defense or something, but that's because the priorities are not right in the education sector. The people that are running the education or the non-traditional aspect, the low politics, I think they have this lack of sincerity with their own domains. That's why we are lagging behind in those sectors. So I think we should, and the Japanese, there's a Japanese proverb that says that it's better to be a warrior in a garden than be a gardener in a war. We have a belligerent enemy on our east. We have problems with a lot of our neighbors and regional countries. I think we should be armed enough to deter possible attacks on our, be it conventional or nuclear, instead of, totally going for peace and then ignoring the defense. I think that's not a wise idea, according to me. You might disagree.
लग रहा है ना एसपीडी वाले थिंक टैंक का मैम का जो था क्वेश्चन था कि नॉन काइनेटिक उसका जो इम्पैक्ट है कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस इस पे करें कि उसमें और उसमें लुक एट द कोलैबोरेशन विद चाइना यस there's a concept जब ये technologies evolve हो रही है कि having offensive technology is more costly than having a shielding technology. तो वो strikers and shielders का जो concept है कि if you want to be a striker, so you will have to invest more in these technologies. But if you are a shielder, you can develop concepts, you can come up with defensive strategies. तो वो cost benefit उसमें ज़्यादा आता है, उसमें defensive में होता है. जो चाइना वाला फैक्टर है उस पे आई वुड जस्ट इट्स माय ओपिनियन और वो आप कोट ना करें तो अच्छी बात है कई लोगों को पसंद नहीं आएगा कि वी रिलाई एवरीथिंग ऑन जैसे हाइपरसोनिक का भी आया तो वी विल हैव टू कोलैबोरेट विद चाइना वी आर ऑल स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ आईआर दे आर नो परमानेंट फ्रेंड्स ठीक है सो वी वर वेरी क्लोज टू यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स इन 60s इसी तरह था और अभी हम चाइना को उस तरह से कह रहे हैं. And once you are talking about these emerging technologies, how can you outsource this very critical area to a third country? वो आज आपका दोस्त है 10 साल के बाद क्या आपके ताल्लुकात होते नहीं होते. तो जब वो आर्मी साइबर कमान का मैं इसलिए पब्लिक कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि वो पीडीबी पे चलाया गया था कि आर्मी साइबर कमान स्टैब्लिश हुई और उसके ऊपर बोर्ड लगा हुआ हुआवे का. ठीक है. So how you ensure integrity of that army cyber command for third countries helping you establish that? Do you think that they will give you that autonomy कि आप उसमें सारा करेंगे और उसमें कुछ चीज नहीं होगी उसको कभी वो यूज अपने इंटरेस्ट में नहीं करेंगे? तो ये हमारा एक कल्चर जो स्ट्रेटेजिक कल्चर है कि एक वी नीड टू थिंक अबाउट इट कि इफ यू वांट टू रिमेन अपना एक डिग्री ऑफ ऑटोनॉमी एब्सोल्यूट ऑटोनॉमी कोई नहीं है तो कुछ चीजें आपको खुद करनी पड़ेंगी. ठीक है. और वो इकोसिस्टम का जो बात की डॉक्टर नासिर हफीज ने बिल्कुल ठीक है और क्वेश्चन है आई डोंट डिसएग्री विद यू एंड वी कैन कंटिन्यू टू डिस्कस. ये जो आप आपने हाथ दोबारा उठाया था लेकिन टाइम खत्म हो गया. लेकिन यू हैव टू टेक अ स्टार्ट ना. ठीक है. जब आप कहेंगे जी पहले हम कमेटी बना लेंगे उसके बाद हम करेंगे फिर हम देखेंगे फिर वो नहीं होता. जो डॉक्टर नासिर का जो है कि जी आपका एजुकेशन सिस्टम नो डिसएग्रीमेंट. Yes, absolutely. The kind of product that you will bring out of schools and colleges, university, उसी तरह का product आपको society में मिलेगा. लेकिन there is another point of view कि आजकल जो ये basic cyber जो software programs है ये चैट जीपीटी और एआई से ये इस डिसिप्लिन वाले बच्चे खुद बना रहे हैं उस पे. सो वो जो एक कॉन्सेप्ट है किसी बात के जी आपको कैलकुलेटर यूज नहीं करना बिकॉज आपको जब तक बेसिक मैथ्स नहीं आएगी तो आप आगे नहीं चलेंगे तो फिर कैलकुलेटर आपको अलाउ कर दिया बिकॉज यू नीड टू थिंक बियॉन्ड दैट. तो अभी भी जो हम मैथ्स पे ठीक है, इट्स फंडामेंटल, लेकिन आई थिंक द वे दीज टेक्नोलॉजीज आर इवॉल्विंग, आपको बेसिक से ज्यादा आपको आगे क्रिएटिविटी की तरफ लाना है, बिकॉज जो मैथ्स में बहुत अच्छा है, जरूरी नहीं है सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर या क्वांटम इंजीनियर भी उतना ही अच्छा हो. इट्स ऑल अबाउट क्रिएटिविटी और नए नए आइडियाज के उस पर कर रहे हैं. लेकिन नो डिसएग्रीमेंट ऑन दैट कि आपको जो भी सिस्टम लाना है उसमें क्वालिटी जब तक नहीं लाएंगे, इस तरह की क्रिएटिविटी नहीं लाएंगे, तो आपको सोल्यूशंस नहीं मिलेंगे उसमें. Quickly about second strike capability का, please don't read me wrong कि I'm somehow मैं उसको oppose कर रहा हूँ. No, the argument is every country has to see its own resources. ठीक है. और आप जब इस strategic debate को contextualize करते हैं साउथ एशिया में, you do not have to replicate everything what was applicable in Cold War model Soviet Union United States के अंदर है. ठीक है. तो जब सेकंड स्ट्राइक की कैपेबिलिटी आती है तो इट डजंट मीन दैट आपने न्यूक्लियर पावर्ड सबमरीन ही बनाना है. कैन यू अफोर्ड दैट? इंडिया ने 80s में शुरू किया, अभी भी आर्यान तो ऑपरेशनल हुई है 40 इयर्स. दे स्पेंड $40 billion और रिसर्च वगैरह के निकाल के, ईच पीस कॉस्टिंग अराउंड मोर देन $5 billion. Do you have that kind of money to invest? And do you have that time period of 30-40 years? हम उनसे ज़्यादा efficient हैं. We tend to believe that. हम आधे 20 साल में बना लेंगे. हम उनसे ज़्यादा Chinese help लेके आप उसको $2 billion में बना लोगे. लेकिन you don't need one nuclear powered submarine. You need to have a fleet of that to have that short second strike capability. On the other hand, if you can come up with creative solutions जिसमें आप जिस तरह की भी सेकेंड स्ट्राइक कैपेबिलिटी ला के एक अनसर्टेनिटी बना देते हैं, वो डीजल पावर्ड है जो भी है व्हाटएवर इट इज, लेकिन एक जनरल कदवाई जब कहते हैं वी हैव अ सेकेंड स्ट्राइक कैपेबिलिटी, तो deterrence is all about concepts. We should believe in that we have enough capability to inflict that damage to our adversary rather than parroting that narrative. No जी, short second strike होगी. होगा क्या? You build that narrative, resources भी आपको मिल जाएंगे. कहाँ से आएंगे? वो कहीं ना कहीं से तो आपको डाइवर्ट होके आएंगे. So as future scholars, please get out of that syndrome कि India is doing this, so we have to do this. India is looking for अपना status के आपने अपनी एक उसके करके जो minimum आप कर सकते हैं, creativity ला सकते हैं अपने concepts में, that is where you should work, or emerging technologies gives you that advantage. Drones का quickly बताओ क्योंकि drones पे हम बहुत बात करते हैं. I wrote something about it. एकदम से किसी ने मुझे कहा कि you don't know anything कि हम PF में क्या कुछ कर रहे हैं drones में, so आपने तो उसका mention ही नहीं किया. Nobody denies that. लेकिन ये टेक्नोलॉजी ये तो नहीं कि आपने कुछ ड्रोन्स ले लिए एंड दैट्स इट. यूक्रेन रशिया वॉर में एवरी मंथ 10,000 ड्रोन्स डिस्ट्रॉय हो रहे हैं. नेटो ने 1 मिलियन ड्रोन्स उनको प्रॉमिस किया यूक्रेन को, ठीक है, और 300,000 ड्रोन्स रशिया बना रहा है हर मंथ फॉर दिस वॉर. सो देयर इज सो मच इसके अंदर वैरायटी ऑफ ड्रोन्स के वो जो कैटेगरी 5 हम कहते हैं 1 2 3 4 5, तो 1 2 3 वाले तो कमर्शियली अवेलेबल स्मॉल ड्रोन्स है. इसराइल जो गजा में क्या करे, बैकपैक में 4-5 ड्रोन्स लेके वो केव्स में या उस एरियाज में लेके जाते हैं जो डिस्ट्रॉय भी हो जाए. So sir, there's so much to learn about these technologies. और अगर हम उससे defensive हो जाए ना, we have done enough. We are operating drones, so that means we are limiting it. We don't need to think beyond that. So that's my point कि we need to think deeper about it. अच्छा, जो मैडम आपने सवाल पूछा था जो मैंने पहले वो कर दिया था स्पेस का. Principally all countries agree it's a common heritage और स्पेस को मिलिटराइज नहीं होना चाहिए, मेजर पावर्स भी करें. लेकिन reality is the major powers are competing to have that space dominance, जिसके अंदर मुख्तलिफ वो चीज़ें अपनी इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं. वेपन्स अभी तक नहीं लाए, तो वो एक प्रिवेंशन ऑफ आर्म्स रेस इन आउटर स्पेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन डिसआर्ममेंट में बहुत पुराना एक इशू चल रहा है जिस पे सारे प्रिंसिपली एग्री करते हैं लेकिन निगोशिएट नहीं करते बिकॉज उनके इंटरेस्ट में नहीं है. ठीक है, तो यस, एज अ मैटर ऑफ प्रिंसिपल इट शुड, बट इट वॉन्ट. This is where we live in a real world. They wouldn't want that kind of. अच्छा, पाक चाइना पे मैं कह दिया एजुकेशन सिस्टम है. सॉरी आई स्पोक मोर देन माय यंग कोलीग और व्हिच आई शुडंट हैव, लेकिन these are some of the issues that we learn by discussing, and I'm very grateful to SVI for providing this opportunity, for holding this event. I'm sure कि कुछ थोड़ा थोड़ा आप लोग लेके घर जाएंगे और इन चीज़ों के बारे में सोचेंगे, बिकॉज आइडियाज की गेम है. इट्स इंटेलेक्चुअल मास that you have to bring out. You do not have resources, money नहीं है, you do not have technology. So what you have is intellectual mass. At least उसको अगर हम अपना use करें So we might come up with some counter strategies. Thank you very much, and round of applause for my panelists.
Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Salik to please present souvenirs to the moderator and the speakers. I would first request speakers also. Okay. I would request Ms. Ghazala to please receive the souvenir first. Then Mr. Ahmed Ali. Mr. Ali Abbas. And Dr. Adil Sultan. Okay. With this, thank you, sir. Sure, sir.
Like to make a brief statement. As I said in the beginning in my introductory remarks, that this conference is all about youngsters. That is why you would see the young speakers in all the panels. We do have senior experts as moderators. The temptation is always there that whenever you have a expert there, the tendency is to ask questions from them. But I would request you to challenge these younger scholars. Making a presentation is not a challenge. Dealing with the questions is the real challenge. So ask your questions from the younger scholars and spare the moderators at least for a day because you keep hearing them in many forums and you have ample opportunities to ask questions from them. So I am sure this point will be noted for future panels. Thank you.
With this, we conclude our first session. I'd like to thank all the speakers and the moderator for contributing to this very important discourse. I'd kindly request all the participants to please be seated as we are going to proceed with our second session. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the second session. I am Aisha Sikandar, Research Associate at Strategic Vision Institute. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second session for the day, focused on the theme of autonomy in warfare, artificial intelligence, and robotics. As we stand on the brink of new era in military technology, the integration of AI and robotics in warfare presents both unprecedented opportunities and profound challenges. We look forward to an engaging session that will not only broaden our understanding, but also spark meaningful conversations about the future of warfare in the age of artificial intelligence and robotics. In this session, we are joined by three researchers and a moderator. This session will be moderated by Mr. Khalid Banoori. Mr. Khalid Banoori is a practitioner and a scholar with diverse interests and experiences spread over 44 years in public service. He was the first Director General Arms Control and Disarmament Affairs Branch at SPD and advisor on arms control and diplomacy, wherein he contributed to policy making in nuclear, missile, space, chemical and biological control, strategic export controls, South Asian security and policy, and international law. He is also member expert oversight board for strategic control, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of Pakistan, advisor training project Phoenix PAF, member administrative advisory board, Pakistan Nuclear Society, and member board of advisors Arms Control and Disarmament Center at Institute of Strategic Studies. Our first conference speaker for this session would be Mr. Shah Muhammad. Mr. Shah is a researcher at Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, Islamabad. He's a gold medalist in MPhil Peace and Conflict Studies from NUST University, Islamabad. He has been a research fellow at Hans Seidel Foundation, Germany, and policy fellow at the British Council. His areas of scholarly interests are emerging technologies, security, and global governance. Mr. Shah will be presenting his paper titled Robotic Transformations in the Character of Warfare, Strategic Implications, and Ethical Dilemma. Our second conference speaker for this session would be Ms. Amber Afreen Abid. Ms. Amber Afreen is a research officer at Strategic Vision Institute. She holds an MPhil degree in Strategic Studies from NDU Islamabad. Her research interests include nuclear politics, nuclear deterrence, proliferation and non-proliferation regimes, and changing nuclear strategies in South Asia. Today, she will be presenting her paper titled AI-Driven Military Capabilities and Their Impact on South Asian Strategic Stability. Our third and last conference speaker for this session would be Mr. Abdul Samad. Mr. Abdul Samad has a bachelor's degree in international politics from Georgetown University School of Foreign Service in US and an MA degree in modern Indian studies from Germany. He is currently working as a research officer at Center for International and Strategic Studies, Sindh, where he focuses on emerging technologies, particularly AI, drones, and lethal autonomous weapon systems. Mr. Samad will be presenting his paper titled Governing Autonomous Weapon Systems, Challenges and Future Prospects. With this, I would now kindly request Mr. Khalid Banoori to take over the session as a moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these generous introductions. I think I want to begin with the chair's prerogative, and here are a few thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will agree with me or bear with me. We are left with 1 hour before lunch. We are the ones that are standing between you and lunch. So Adil, stand corrected on this one. So here are two things I'm going to request you. One, that all of you keep your main presentations as a gist for 5 to 7 minutes. Present your broad thoughts on that so that there's time for discussion, which is what the real essence of this will be. And the other prerogative I want to use is to change the sequence and request the lady to speak first. I hope you guys will be okay with that. So I'm going to just make 1 or 2 quick comments before I request you to talk about this. This session is about autonomy in warfare, and it is about artificial intelligence and robotics. Now, this naturally builds beyond what we have heard. So if the audience was interested in what was happening in the previous session, now is the time to build further. So that's a challenge for all four of us. I should say that. Let's just recall from President Putin's statement of whoever controls the AI will rule the world. There are so many beyond the Mackinder and Mahan theories now. That's the thing that I want to, and I want to start with a quick anecdotal story. Here's a fresh graduate of BS in medical sciences, and she finds a job. And the job is that she's supposed to sit in front of a computer and look at the internal organs of the human body all the time, how the blood flows, how the organs look. And her job for 8 hours every day is to point out, put a circle on any part of that body which is diseased, which is not normal. What is she really doing? What she really is doing is to preparing the data for the algorithm to find out what is healthy and what is not. That's the kind of baseline information we are providing to the algorithm, based on which they will provide us artificial intelligence and thoughts like that. So this is the kind of approach we want to have. Let's just begin with Amber, with you, talking about artificial intelligence and strategic stability. Go ahead. You have the floor, Madam, now. 5 to 7 minutes, please. The inherent flexibility of this generation is on demand now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the topic of my presentation is the role of artificial intelligence in South Asian strategic stability. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is the ability of the machines to perform tasks that require human intelligence. AI is transforming the industries worldwide. Militaries across the globe are increasingly integrating AI into various aspects of warfare. As nations invest in AI technologies for military applications, the implications for strategic stability, especially in the regions with existing geopolitical tensions, become a critical area of study and concern. Today, the primary concern is that the militaries may underestimate, overstate, or overlook the potential shortcomings and risks associated with the use of current generation of AI technology in safety critical military domains, particularly in the nuclear sphere. AI does not operate in isolation. It is unlikely to be a strategic game changer on its own. Instead, AI will amplify the destabilizing effects of existing capabilities. The integration of AI into military strategies has profound implications for strategic stability. The implications include speed. Speed is one of the primary concerns, as the pace with which it processes information and makes decisions often outpaces human cognitive capabilities. The rapid decision-making reduces the time available for human operators to respond to crises, potentially leading to miscalculation and unintended escalation during conflicts. As we know, effective deterrence relies on the credibility of the capability being communicated properly. When AI systems operate at machine speed, they may outpace human understanding, destabilizing strategic stability by increasing the risk of misinterpretation and miscalculation, potentially moving situations up the escalation ladder. Moreover, there is a risk of potential erosion of human control over the use of force. AI applications designed to assimilate large amounts of data accelerate the decision-making in warfare, compressing the observe, orient, act, decide, act, OODA decision-making loop. AI-augmented autonomous weapon can blur the distinction between conventional and nuclear forces.
This ambiguity can lead to confusion and misinterpretation of military actions, as adversaries may not be able to discern whether an autonomous system is part of conventional or nuclear forces. Autonomous weapon system can act quickly and independently, reducing the time for human decision making. This rapid pace can lead to situations where decisions are made without full understanding or consideration of broader strategic context. In a crisis scenario, the use of AI-augmented weapons can lead to unintended escalation if these systems are misinterpreted as more aggressive than intended. There's also a risk of deliberate escalation into nuclear conflict due to conventional force asymmetry fueled by AI advances. AI-driven technologies increases the risk of accidental or inadvertent escalation due to system failure or the misuse of technology. Three overlapping mechanisms can lead to nuclear escalation, deliberate escalation, inadvertent, and accidental escalation. Furthermore, the arms race, the operational and strategic advantages by AI compels the strategic rivals to intelligence arms race. Competition causes them to eschew the limitations of AI, compromise the safety and verification standards to attain technological superiority. This increases the risk of catastrophic outcomes, further destabilizing the strategic landscape. The vulnerability to the adversarial attack, AI systems which rely heavily on vast amounts of data are susceptible to adversarial attacks. These vulnerabilities include cyber attack, data poisoning, and spoofing, each of which poses distinct risk to the military system. The dual-use nature of AI technology and its potential acquisition by non-state actors presents significant concerns for global security. The proliferation of AI technology has made advanced tools more accessible to a wider array of actors, including the non-state entities. Non-state actors can leverage the technology to enhance their capabilities in ways that were previously reserved for the nation states. Now, the AI in South Asia. The introduction of artificial intelligence into military operations is likely to have significant implications for strategic stability between India and Pakistan. India has made substantial advancement in AI-based weaponry, enhancing its military situational awareness and data interpretation capabilities. For example, the advancement and the deployment of 140 AI-based surveillance systems on border with Pakistan includes high-resolution cameras, sensors, unmanned aerial vehicle feeds, and radar feeds. While Pakistan has not officially confirmed the integration of AI and machine learning into its military weaponry and defenses, it has begun to allocate funding towards initiatives aimed at harnessing the technologies. Moreover, India in 2019 established the High-Level Defense AI Council, tasked with the fostering strategic military industry partnership, technology acquisition, data sharing, and research. This council aims to integrate AI into the Indian Armed Forces defense strategy with a focus on mechanized warfare, particularly along with the Pakistan's Southwest Command. The Indian Defense Minister further strengthened AI strategy by forming the Artificial Intelligence Military Council in 2002, which oversees the defense AI projects. It plans to develop several AI military products in the coming years. Moreover, as discussed earlier, India's ongoing collaboration with the United States through the annual 2+2 dialogue has also emphasized mutual cooperation in areas like cybersecurity, space technology, and AI, further enhancing its defense capabilities. Despite these progresses, Pakistan's progress in AI remains limited due to economic constraints, data availability, and shortage of AI experts. Now, in 2023, Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunication published a draft on the National Artificial Intelligence Policy aimed at to integrate advanced technologies. Moreover, Pakistan Air Force established a Center for Artificial Intelligence and Computing in 2020. Under the National Aerospace science and technology park to further the AI development in both the military and the civilian domains. This marks a milestone in Pakistan's AI capacity, although its progress is still in the early stages. Now, the effect of AI on South Asian strategic stability. The introduction of AI into military operations has profound implications for strategic stability between India and Pakistan. AI has the capability to locate strategic targets with greater accuracy. The speed, as discussed earlier in the presentation, raises the likelihood of hasty decisions, leading to misinterpretations and escalation tensions between the two countries. And the risk of inadvertent escalations, the cyber attack is also there. Moreover, the deepfake, AI-powered deepfake technologies could also become tools for spreading disinformation, further exploiting the fault lines between the two countries. Now, the possible solutions. Firstly, establishing international norms and regulations between India and Pakistan within the framework of prospective international regulations. Bilateral confidence building measures. India and Pakistan should engage in bilateral confidence building measures to address the specific risks posed by AI in the military dynamics. These should include to develop a code of conduct, track to diplomacy, which promotes informal dialogues between experts, retired officials, and academics to discuss AI-related challenges. And special dedicated communication channels should be developed, and the earlier ones should be properly utilized. The further risk reduction measures at the technical, organizational, and certain policy measures should also be taken, and fostering the understanding and communication through seminars and trainings, and the integration of AI into the military systems requires sustained diplomatic engagements, technical collaboration, and continuous dialogue. Then the transparency and information sharing are essential to reducing AI risks.
All the problems today. Artificial intelligence has lots of problems, but thank you for your thoughts. I
Thank
think
you, sir.
if there's going to be one or two things that one wants to think of deliberating further, one will be the speed of decision making, the other will be escalation control. These are the thoughts that I would keep in view. But thank you for making that adjustment, Amber. That has been extremely useful. I would request Mr. Shah Mohammed now to take on the objective of saying what he wants to say and yet try for the 5 to 7 minutes thing. Thank you.
All right. The esteemed experts, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It's an honor and pleasure to be a part of SVI's national conference. The title of my paper is Robotic Transformations in the Character of Warfare, Strategic Implications and Ethical Dilemma. The strategists affiliated with the US military reported back in 2007 that it was the dawn of unmanned revolution in military affairs. The contemporary developments have compelled the scholars to wonder if autonomous revolution in military affairs is underway in the age of fourth industrial revolution. In a sense, a military is likely to have an edge over the adversary if it is able to draw the maximum strategic potential out of the military revolutions of that particular era. In this backdrop, US military is conducting multi-domain exercises known as Project Convergence to test military robots for next generation warfare. Similarly, China is conducting Golden Dragon exercises to develop its operational readiness for robotic warfare. Now, these are the research questions. You can go through them, and I would be looking at especially two kinds of military robots: unmanned ground vehicles, UGVs, and unmanned underwater vehicles, UUVs, with special focus on the US and Chinese militaries. And I'll be looking at three indicators while analyzing the transformations in the character of warfare: force multiplication, enhanced precision, and reduced risk to human soldiers. First of all, the US military. The US military has successfully tested a robotic dog, which has an AI-enabled rifle. These could be termed AI-driven lethal autonomous weapon systems, LAWS. Robotic dog leverages AI-augmented digital imaging system to autonomously scout and engage targets. Now, these could prove to be the potent force multipliers on the battlefield because they have AI-augmented scouting and precision strike capability. I'll skip the second one due to the limitations of the time. I'll jump to the third one. The US Navy is currently developing submarine-launched UUV called REMUS, which has TTLR capability. TTLR stands for Torpedo Tube Launch and Recovery. Although UUVs have been deployed in the past, TTLR capability is a significant force multiplier, which allows swift deployment and retrieval of the UUV. Now, I'm going to need your undivided attention here, please. A general, a top retired general of the US Army recently stated that in the next 10 to 15 years, 1/3 of the US military will comprise robots and AI systems. Now, in light of this disclosure, it could be said that the transformations, robotic transformations in the character of warfare could be achieved by the US military in the next 10 to 15 years. The transformations in terms of force multiplication and enhanced precision could get multiplied and amplified if all the robots are integrated through an advanced command and control system which has its own autonomous characteristics. Now, China. China is leading the world in advanced robotics with a global share of 28%, followed by the US with a share of 25%. China has recently showcased robotic dog at its Golden Dragon exercises, and it is mounted with a rifle. These have the capability to undertake reconnaissance and strike operations. They could act as significant force multipliers, but unlike the robotic dog of US military, these do not have AI-enabled features. I'll skip the second one, jumping directly to the third one. China is making significant headways in the UUVs. According to the declassified details, China successfully tested an autonomous and AI-enabled submarine drone in Taiwan Strait in 2010. This kind of drone could autonomously scout and strike the target with a torpedo without human intervention. So this is basically human out of the loop model, human out of the loop system. So after all these years, we can only imagine the scale and sophistication of the robotic strength of Chinese military. These are some statistics of the UGV and UUV market of the US and China. I'll skip this one. Now, this is what resonates with what Dr. Adil said earlier. Krepinevich analyzes the transformations in the character of warfare through the framework of reconnaissance strike complex. Krepinevich analyzes the transformations in terms of three indicators. First, grand vision. Second, new operational concepts. And third, exercises or trainings. Now, first of all, US and China appear to be clear in their grand vision, which is to maximize their national power through emerging technologies and gain strategic edge over the adversary. New operational concepts lay the basis for new doctrines and new strategies. US military has come up with robotics and autonomous system strategy, and China has come up with forward defense strategy. And of course, then both are undertaking exercises, Project Convergence exercise and China's Golden Dragon exercise. Strategic implications, the robotic developments undertaken by states could be viewed with suspicion and geopolitical anxiety by other states. This could lead to security dilemma and disruption in the balance of power, which could pave the way for a full-blown conflict. US and China are currently engaged in a tech war, and Project Convergence exercises had the presence of foreign militaries such as Japan and Australia. Now, this signals robotic modernization of Indo-Asia-Pacific geopolitical alliance against China. On the other hand, China's exercises were conducted jointly with Cambodia, Malaysia, and Thailand. And of greater significance is the growing proximity, strategic proximity between China and Russia. Russia is building a combat army with autonomous capabilities, and China is facilitating Russia in that regard. So the security dilemma could flare up and it could go on to undermine international peace and security. The ethical challenges. First of all, the dehumanization of warfare could deprive the battlefield of the natural impulses of compassion, chivalry, and empathy. This could culminate in a future scenario where the decisions as profound as life and death would be taken by machines, not humans. And then the excessive weaponization of autonomous robots could make it very hard to comply with international humanitarian law. Who would be held accountable if a robot commits atrocities or violates IHL principles such as distinction and proportionality? Who would be held accountable? Military commander, developer, defense companies, or military organization as a whole? So this is an open question that still confuses military strategists. And then there is a legitimate concern regarding AI's black box problem. It means that AI systems can sometimes take decisions which humans can neither predict nor control. Because through machine learning, AI systems develop an independent self of their own. So AI-driven robots could bring about unwanted and unforeseen consequences at the tactical and operational levels. In April 2024, an international conference was convened in Vienna. All right, so just 1 minute. It had high-ranking presence from 140 countries, and the participants were unanimous that the growing autonomy in warfare is an ethical concern for global community. And then the Australian foreign minister said that this is the Oppenheimer movement of our generation. The way forward, first of all, the states need to devise bilateral and multilateral treaties to regulate ongoing robotic arms race. And then there is a need for regulatory measures to control the lethality of autonomous laws as proposed by UN Secretary General. The IHL needs to adapt to the technological advancement, especially autonomous robots. And I hereby through this paper and through this presentation advocate human in the loop model. And the militaries need to mention it in their doctrines very clearly that the militaries won't exceed human in the loop model. And then there is a need for biomimetic morality through which we artificially and mechanically develop morality in robots.
Thanks.
So that was all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shah Mohammed, for a very illuminating presentation. I think 2 or 3 things that will gather some attention, of course, is where you ended, the human in the loop, need for it, also the unpredictability of the black box. Yeah, and Shah Mohammed also told us that both Americans and the Chinese have a robotics dog, but Chinese have a different dog. That's where it will make the difference. And that, but one point that will need more deliberation is how is the character war changing? Because the how part needs more deliberation while the technologies are advancing. And this is an area which needs, even Clausewitzian theories need to be revisited. So this is where we are. And now we have our final speaker, Mr. Abdul Samad. You have the floor, sir. Same regulation.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll jump straight into the topic, governing autonomous weapon systems. So I'll speak on the legal aspect of this debate. So my basic question that led me in this paper was, you have a debate that is going on since 10 years at the CCW, and still state parties have not been able to reach a settlement. So the thrust of the paper is to understand why the CCW has made such limited progress. And also, then I delve into the concepts such as meaningful human control and autonomy within the context of governing a law system. And then I also examine how different countries, major powers, have defined these systems and and have come in the debate, and then how future progress can be made in about this. So I'll begin with a definition. Definitions are very important. The ICRC has defined AWS as any system with autonomy in its critical functions. Now, why is this important? This is important because any system that can decide by itself when to attack without human control is problematic and has ethical implications. Also, it's important here to understand the difference between semi-autonomous and fully autonomous. Semi-autonomous, such as FPV drones, which we see in Russia, are under the control of human operators. Which means that the critical functions of target selection and engagement are with the human operators, and that there is human oversight. And which means that fully autonomous are those systems that are capable of controlling the entire weapon cycle of target identification, selection, engagement without any human involvement. This is obviously a red flag. I'll move on. CCW, the work has been going on, as I mentioned, since the last 10 years. They have a RefCon conference every 2 years. And in 2016, there was another group formed, which is the GGE. And the purpose of the GGE is to give recommendations to the CCW in the area of laws. I'll skip this part. You've already discussed this. Many states, I'll add here, have declared that CCW is the appropriate forum to advance international efforts, given the technical nature of the subject. And if you dive into the debates, it's very technical. So it's a lot of jargon involved. Some states, such as the US, have stated that any parallel attempts will lead to fragmentation and divergent approaches and should therefore be avoided. Okay, now this is a very important slide. So some of the topics of discussion at the CCW. How can existing IHL principles, which has been spoken about before, how can this be applied to laws? And is there a need to devise new legal rules to cover any loopholes or gaps? Second point, which is again very important, how do you reach a working definition? How can you regulate something without having the concept? And for the concept, you need to state parties need to reach a working definition. Third point is linked with this, how to define meaningful human control. This is again a very complicated debate. 4 is the military applications of laws, and the future risk is number 5. I'll skip this. So in 2019, the state parties, they released something called the 11 guiding principles on laws. These principles are touted as an achievement of the CCW work on laws, although the important thing here is that these are non-binding and not legally enforceable, and they showcase a general understanding of how states intend to approach. So these 11 guiding principles are not really a breakthrough, and they just give a sense of how future regulation can be made. Some basic points. The 2 most important points are that IHL applies to all future law systems. This is very important. Secondly, that human responsibility, that the human in the loop cannot be sacrificed. Okay, moving on. So you have multiple RefCon conferences, very engaging discussions, but ultimately it hasn't produced anything as yet. This is a timeline. It gives you a sense of the amount of work which is happening in these areas. Now so I'll move to explaining why the why element is very important. So I identify 5 factors here why state parties have not been able to reach a settlement on laws. Firstly, the concept of autonomy itself is abstract, right? It's difficult to conceptualize, define, and outline in legal terms. So in the initial years, state parties wanted to agree upon a definition. That really hasn't happened. There's the argument in arms control that if you want to regulate something, you have to define it first. So that has not happened. Again, it's difficult to define autonomy because it's also difficult to understand where autonomy begins and ends. So laws are different from other weapon systems. They are different from chemical weapons, for example, where it's more easier to define these terms. I'll move on. Second part is, again, this applies to other weapon systems as well. It's difficult to establish an effective verification and enforcement mechanism. Yeah, that's third is that many states understand that laws will have many significant benefits in the future. So states that are currently investing in the development of AWS have the incentive to stall progress. This list also includes India, by the way. Moving on, you have less appetite for arms control, US-China geopolitics. So that also strains efforts at the CCW. Fifth is that CCW is a forum based on consensus. So even if you have one state which is not subscribing to a definition, it kills all progress. Okay, now very quickly, the debate over defining AWS is expected to be driven by the political and strategic objectives of competing global powers. So again, the interest of major powers is a major obstacle to progress at the CCW. Just one short thing here that countries like France and the UK, for example, have defined AWS in a way which makes it difficult to reach a common understanding. I won't delve into, I don't have time for this. German one, I'll also skip. Way forward. The UN Secretary General has urged state parties to conclude a settlement by 2026, which seems rather difficult for now. So what do you do now? So you build a normative framework, you build best practices. It has been argued that in the absence of a binding legal instrument, the next best alternative is to agree on a set of best practices. Again, the main important word is norm building. How do you build a global norm on this? And one idea is that you should move outside of the CCW, go to the General Assembly, and which does not require a consensus, by the way. Some people have said that the CCW is a talking shop, it's a waste of time, it's been 10 years. But I believe that it's important because it provides opportunities and it helps build a common understanding on issues. It takes time. History can serve as a guide here. You have had examples of systems which were regulated outside the confines of the CCW, landmines and cluster munitions. Final word. So I won't say that CCW is a talking shop. There is no shortage of technical expertise within these two forums. There has been a very good body of work on the questions of autonomy and meaningful human control. This is the thrust of my conclusion. The crucial missing element is the political will of major powers. And without great power leadership, you cannot have progress on this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Samad, for very illuminating things as well. I think two immediate or quick takeaways are one, that international humanitarian law, the gaps are already appearing on where it is wanting, and also that perhaps because there's a beeline for more acquisitions of the artificial intelligence or such technologies, the appetite for regulation is pretty low and will remain so in that way. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I kind of pushed around my panelists, but then I looked away as well. I hope you noticed that. You've heard three very fascinating presentations, I would say. We have about 20 minutes and I reckon the time for two sets of questions. So please, when you say so, just quickly say who you are. Point out if the question is to whoever is it addressed to, and be crisp with your questions. We'll take two sets of questions one by one. Let's begin. Let the games roll now. All right, we'll go in this order, 1, 2, and 3, in that order. To this lady first.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shahnur Iqbal. And my question is directed to the worthy panelists. Anyone who likes to answer can do so. So Pakistan clearly lags behind in the expansive global arms race, especially with AI and robotics coming into the mix. And it would need to do a lot to balance the disproportionality created, to say the least. But in the essence of making the most of what we have, what can Pakistan do to protect itself and deter, if not counter, the threats it faces or could face in the near future? Thank you.
Thank you. This is to the whole panel, right? No, at the back first and then you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Sardar Janze. I'm Research Associate of ISSI. Firstly, I congratulate SVI for organizing such much needed national conference. There has been a notion that we are actually having lack of experts. So after seeing this conference, I am very much confident that we'll get some experts at the end. So my question is directed to the first speaker. There was the talk about the track to diplomacy and the cooperative measures, which has been identified in the 73rd UNGA meeting that was proposed by China about the cooperation regarding AI. The question here arises that whenever we see space weaponization process, AI weaponization process, we always say that Pakistan need to cooperate, Pakistan need to promote track to diplomacy in this very formulative process. But I think we cannot throw stones in answers to the gunshots. We must have some prerogative measures that needs to be answers. And history is evident that there has been the phenomena of security dilemma, deterrence, arms race, and all these have been in the traditional measures as well. And when we have moved on from the traditional measures to the emerging technologies, these again shift from those approaches to these approaches. So we need more focused approach. And for that, I guess we need collaborative measures between experts and the multidimensional disciplines, I would say.
So your question is about what collaborative measures should be taken?
Yeah, how collaborative measures should be taken more focusedly in interdisciplinary measures.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so my question is, that is a very interesting discussion. My name is Zohaib Altaf and I'm from CIS AJK. I'm a research officer. So my question is that there is so much talk about that autonomous weapon and responsibility, but there is another concept that is linked with it, that is human machine interface. And there are technologies like Neuralink that are being experimented on and also are also in the test stage. So what is the chances of human machine interface in face of the autonomy and the challenges we are facing due to this?
And Zohaib, who are you addressing this to?
Anyone can answer.
All right. Okay, we have 3 questions. Shall we go in the order that they came? Can you take the first one?
About the first question, I would say Pakistan has economic constraints, and Pakistan doesn't indulge in any kind of arms race with India, or obviously with India. But what we do is, in nuclear or any other sphere, we remain to minimum credible level. We attain a technology and that is credible enough and should be at the minimum level. So that's how we go in AI as well. That's how we go in nuclear as well. So that's what I think Pakistan can do to counter.
I would like to add something here that there's actually so much work being done in AI. It's just that it doesn't come in the public domain so much. So you have multiple labs, AI labs in every city, based in different universities. There's work happening in the civilian sector. There are AI startups in Pakistan. The military is doing its own work. Pakistan is expected to announce its national AI policy. India still hasn't announced its policy, by the way. So given that our competition is with India, we're not still so far behind. It's another thing that India is throwing more money at the AI because there are more startups. But I think that work is being done, and there's need for more cooperation between all stakeholders. So academia, industry, and government. Thank you.
I would like to respond to the first question, what Pakistan can do. Uh, as you all know that there are two school of thoughts, or you can say two sides with regards to emerging technologies in the age of globalization. The globalization, internationalization of the emerging technologies, and then the regionalization or the localization of emerging technologies. So I think we need to choose a side. We have recently noticed that a few weeks ago, I think a week ago, global IT outage occurred, and it disrupted various sectors, and it was a big blow to Microsoft, multinational companies, and then the integrated networks. The countries which had indigenous networks, regionalized networks, localized data centers, they were protected, such as China, Russia, and a few others. So this is what we need to do. I recently wrote a paper for a journal which is focused on technological sovereignty with a case study of China. So I think this is what we need to do. We need to have technological sovereignty for the purpose of two things: indigenization and self-control and strategic autonomy. But unfortunately, that cannot be possible without an adequate level of economic security. So this is my take on it.
So this discussion also partially answers Janzeb's question, but does anyone want to add to this collaborative side? Anything else to add?
Sure. Furthermore, there could be like the educational in the exchange programs, the training of the professionals, as what we see is AI technology is relatively new, so people don't know much about it, and even the professionals may take hasty decisions, and they don't even in the pursuit of getting the technology, they just don't understand it properly, and states are acquiring it, which is the biggest hurdle, and the biggest risk actually. So the training of the professionals and the education in this regard is really, really essential.
We have one more question on the human machine interface. Anyone wants to? Yeah, I think you should.
I think this is a very relevant question. You must have heard about Project Avatar. It was built by US Department of Homeland Security, and it was deployed on the US-Mexican border. So what it does is that it provides an interface, user-friendly interface, and facilitates the customs officials, and it basically screens the individuals and citizens crossing the border, US-Mexico border. So it was very successful. It was AI enabled, and it could autonomously flag the suspicious people. So these developments have been underway, and then two military exercises that I pointed out in my presentation: Project Convergence, and then China's Golden Dragon exercises. Those are all designed for the purpose of facilitating and properly formalizing human-machine interfaces, and how those could be translated at the tactical level at the actual battlefield. But the problem is that there are certain technical complexities that humans are not being able to fully control the machines, or there are certain technical and operational issues for which the human machine interface is still underway and it has not been fully operationalized.
Thank you. While you gather your thoughts for the second round of questions, here's one that comes from an online questionnaire, and this is about deepfake. It's a longish statement, but it's about deepfake. And the question is, what policy have we adopted at national level for these areas where voice generation, visual presentation, you can't tell it whether it's real or not, and what can be done to mitigate this? Anyone can take this question.
I mean, deepfakes represent a major challenge. And I mean, if the US and other major powers have not been able to identify a solution, so it's a major problem. And people are saying that in a few years, evidence would be difficult to admit in a court of law, because you won't be able to tell if it's a doctored video, or if it's real. So I think at the national level, there's a lack of awareness about the threat, and this is something that more work will be done in the future. That's my understanding.
I would like to add to it that these are technological issues, and the solutions would also be technological. So algorithm can only be countered by algorithm. So if there are deep fakes being generated, you need to develop counter algorithms that could identify between the organic content and the deep fakes. And I think this requires much bigger and higher technological advancement, technical knowledge, and the people, the experts who could be involved in the policy making, right? Even the major powers have not been able to develop proper policy. And there are policies on artificial intelligence, but there are no policies on specific policies on deep fakes. So I think there is a gap in this, and there is a much larger way to go for us, because this is an area that needs to be explored.
I think one way to look at this, to sum up this question would be to think more about forensics and how to evolve them. To what extent can it actually tell deepfake? And these are the technologies that need to evolve, and that's the point our panelists made. Madam at the back, yes, please go ahead. Introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. I just have a comment. And that comment is that where we look at technology in concrete form, it may end up providing some ceiling. We have seen various weapon systems being put under certain command structures, ceilings. When it comes to artificial intelligence, there is no bar to how much you can stretch your imagination, how much you can work on whatever you need to. So at the same time, you have also pointed out one notion about there being so many startups in Pakistan which are working on artificial intelligence, which are tapped, yet not fully integrated. So I think we need to sit and have a very serious conversation about how we actually start with AI training from the inception, a notion that I think was part of the larger enterprise of having the science school as well, the STEM education coming up from the very basic school level and taking these notions to a very greater level where you have a very strong core of dedicated people looking into it. Thank you so much. This was just a thought that
Thank you. It's a comment, but if there's any reaction, yeah.
I agree. I actually spoke to a AI startup a few years back as part of fieldwork, and he was based in Karachi. He had a startup called Crop2X. It was in agriculture. So he was claiming that he'll double the yield if you give him all the information. So I recently got to know that he has moved to Finland, and he's not in Pakistan anymore.
Thank you so much for the comment, ma'am. I personally don't believe in the leapfrog notion. You can leapfrog and make significant progress in fourth industrial revolution without making adequate progress in second and third industrial revolution. For example, if you don't have electricity, if you don't have the internet, electricity belongs to second industrial revolution, internet belongs to third industrial revolution, then how can you make progress in AI? So we need to take things in parallel. Agriculture, industry, internet. We need to pick we need to make adequate progress in second and third industrial revolution to establish a base, a robust base for the fourth industrial revolution.
Well, I think I would wind this particular point up by saying, when you have a potential which states have, you need to start thinking of tapping it before you really build to an ideal situation. So the truth is perhaps somewhere in between of how do you do that. And one way could be to actually think of integration of various little startups or initiatives. The challenge in that would be each startup would have its commercial confidentiality. So it's going to take time, but those conversations can start, and that's a useful thing. We are ready for a second round of questions, if there are any. Otherwise, you'll have to bear with me for next 6 or 7 minutes. But are there any questions? All right. That lady at the back. Anyone else has a question? Please just raise your hand so that I know that. All right. So we have 3 questions now.
Thank you, sir, for providing me the chance. I am Sidra Rahman. My question is relating to the fact that these technologies are growing and developing, and they are going to be proven as more smarter and more intelligent than human beings. then there is a possibility that they may go out of the human hands and so on. So they can be dangerous and threatening in that direction too. So is there any thinking on the ground that there should be some code of conduct or laws that these technologies are designed in a manner that they should not go out of human hands, except for the except for the Hollywood and Bollywood movies here? Thank you.
Madam, are you addressing it to a particular panelist?
I would like to respond.
Okay. All right. We have two more questioners here. Two gentlemen in the front.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम. This is
data. So eventually it will be plugged into the system and then we'll be having accuracy and precision in all, all the things. Since this AI is a dual use of kind of item. So when do you think it will be in the radar for the export controls at international regime? And my last question would be, was there any policy decision at any level for considering or negotiating and nuclear security, this assurances, the China or maybe the new forums are being evolving like SCO and AUKUS. Why not to have a long-term deal, like 100-year deal, like submarine deal, where we can have plenty of technology coming towards your direction, and also to have an ecosystem, have your own ecosystem, and to have an international ecosystem with some external players. As we have seen, the US and the China are the major leading players. So is there any possibility so we can go into that negotiation? The Japanese, after the World War, they did not spend enough into the military affairs. So can we now take that lesson from, that history and move forward in the direction that will be more integrating toward the economy and the innovations, and to have then the economic affairs are built up to certain situation, then can move into the defense. Is there any thing?
Yeah, thank you so much for your reflection. And I think on the health direction, 4 or 5 things, and so we'll see how we figure that out.
Hello. I'm very curious to know जो इन्होंने एक situation बताई है सर robotics में कि there are dogs which are AI driven and then American dogs which are loaded with rifles. इन exercises में क्या human versus robots कोई ऐसी physical exercise भी कोई आपने पढ़ी है कहीं पे हुआ हो कि and then because we have seen a lot of strategy games जो आजकल बच्चे खेल रहे हैं video games में उन्होंने humans ने काफी हद तक मेरे ख्याल से computers को defeat करने की कोशिश की and they are quite successful in that. तो क्या ये जो AI driven robots हैं ये इनको भी मेरा नहीं ख्याल कि ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि शायद they can overtake the humans ने इनको कैसे engage किया होगा ऐसी कोई calculation आपने कहीं देखी है?
All right, we have several questions from the 3 panelists, and I think all questions are to the panel, so we can go in any sequence. We'll start with you if you have any reactions to any of the questions, and then we go in this order. The first questions is about what about the dangers of AI? Although this particular session is about warfare and warfare related things, but what about the dangers of AI? Anyone can, if you'd care to comment.
Sure. To that I would say only the risk associated with the AI are there, but we can't leave the weapons, especially completely. We can't have completely autonomous weapons. Human has to be in the loop. So human integration is essential in that. And there should be a consensus at the international level, and there is consensus to some extent as well. Between the leading states that the human integration is essential in the autonomous weapon in the operation of the autonomous weapons.
Any other reaction? Okay, you can come back to it.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Yeah, it's a very important question, and it's a question being asked increasingly all over the world. So, if you read up on the new EU AI Act, that is the world's first comprehensive AI law that identifies different risk areas. So there are some high risk areas, medicine, for example. So that is the first attempt. It's still work in progress. US, China, other major powers are not so heavily invested in the ethics and regulation of AI because they are still working on it. So the EU, if you look up that, they have set the benchmark actually. Thank you.
Regarding the first question, I think the first question was related to AI's black box problem. It means that through algorithms, AI develops an independent personality which we can neither predict nor control. So it can get out of hand, it can supersede human intelligence. But again, as I said, only algorithm can counter the algorithm. So there are certain self-disarmament and self-destruction protocols that can be incorporated into algorithms. For example, if it starts doing something unforeseen, unwanted, lethal, then it can disarm itself, destruct itself. So there are certain algorithms in place, but what if the black box takes over and supersedes those algorithms as well? So this is the complexity of AI's black box. And then, sir, you talked about data. I think data collection is not a problem. The problem is data processing. For data processing, you need big amounts of energy and the resources, finances. So we need to have big data processing systems in place for the AI systems to work. And thirdly, human versus machine. Sir, I haven't come across any scenario where robotic dogs have been at loggerheads with humans. But the exercises that I mentioned, Project Convergence and then Golden Dragon exercises, actually, a human has an operator, remote control, and it is operating the dog. And dog can facilitate human at the battlefield. For example, it can take bullets for humans, and it can also access the difficult terrain and allow some tactical flexibility to human soldiers. So this is how it is.
Two or three aspects that yet, I mean, they've come in discussion obliquely, but they need to also be addressed by the panel. One is about export controls. This has been said in various ways, but this was a specific question. Also, the policy decisions relating to nuclear security and the balancing with the concerns and creating our own ecosystem as a whole. These are if they. So I'm going to give you a chance to make your last comments, and let's go in this order. Anything on these questions or anything to add? So please go ahead.
I would just add in the end that we need to have a grand vision, just as I mentioned in my presentation, that the prominent military strategists and scholars do not believe in the theory of technological determinism. They do not see technology as the sole force multiplier, as the only source of revolution in military affairs. You need to have new operational concepts. You need to have a grand vision, just as Krapinovich says. So our military, civil military leadership needs to have a grand vision of what it needs to do with technology, right? So first, vision needs to be in place, and the policy and the strategy will flow out of that grand vision. And the doctrines, the strategies need to reflect that grand vision. So this is how it needs to go. And of course, public-private partnerships, educating the young minds, bringing them to the policy, to offering them financial assistance to work on these startups. This is given. This needs to happen. But as I already stated, we cannot progress in fourth industrial revolution while lagging in second and third industrial revolution. So we need to progress in parallel. These are my last thoughts.
I would say that Pakistan has a significant youth bulge, and this presents a big opportunity. So, if we can train our youth, train them in the jobs of the future, give them the skills, it's a big opportunity. What I think is important is that we need to come up with the national AI policy, and then things flow from there. And we need to integrate all the stakeholders. I would say that India will keep pushing us in this domain. So maybe that's a good thing for us. And I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic. I think that there's good work being done. However, is a lot of lack of awareness. And what is also important that is that our highest ranking officials should be told these things again and again. Thank you.
Sir, I would say I'm really hopeful about the future, as I've seen students like in the private schools, as sir said, they are teaching certain subjects like robotics and AI related subjects. So the upcoming generation would be more interested in this, and there would be more progress in the upcoming years. And there should be more CBMs and at all the levels, and the training and seminar programs should more be conducted to raise the awareness about this issue. Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, all panelists. I have a few comments made, but I'd rather stand. So I need about 58 minutes to give you my thoughts. And if you don't have that kind of time, let me just bring it into a very, very crisp way of how I look at this. The challenge is how to close this kind of a session where you have a wide scope and some of those details which are yet evolving, and you wonder where exactly would this path go. So if you're going to think of those, I would rather choose to remain anecdotal. And one of the things that comes to mind is talking to a group of millennials, people who thought they're doing very well in their professionals positions. There was a question somebody asked me about what is the future of warfare in 100 years from now. And I looked at those people and I said, you shouldn't have started me on philosophy, but here is a thought that I want to give you. So I would like to repeat that thought here. This is the year 2024. A child who will be born in this year will turn like what, 76 years old at the turn of the century. That child will be physically much fitter and mentally much more agile, let's say as a sample, better than anyone in this room at that age, 76. That's the kind of future of how humans are going to go. And if that you relate with the kind of technologies that you could evolve, it's limitless how could you think about that. The reasons are biotechnology, the algorithms, the development of that is going to take us into that realm, part of which is still ambiguous in various ways. So that's one thought. And I could say several things on the discussion that I've had or earlier, but here is something that I want to look back at the actual title of this particular panel, Autonomy in Warfare, Artificial Intelligence or Robotics, and just give you one example from, guess what, literature. There's a book which is fiction. It's called, and I recommend to everyone who's interested, everyone in this room, it's called 2034, A Novel of the Next World War. And there are several interesting things in that. It also includes nuclear exchange and so on and so forth. But here are 2 or 3 things that actually point at what artificial intelligence can do and what can be the possible limitations of it. It starts with South China Sea, predictably, in which American ships try to rescue a Chinese barge and find out accidentally that it has the kind of avionics that no one has ever heard about. And then one thing leads to another, let this go, etc. But what happens almost immediately is a complete cyber blackout. No information in or out, no sunlight. And then one thing leads to another. So think of a situation, 2 major powers that already have conflicts and have nuclear weapons, and they have come into a situation where it's complete silence. You cannot talk to anyone. And now relate it with the kind of things that you're discussing here. artificial intelligence. What is really happening in artificial intelligence? Computers are talking to computers who are talking to humans, and vice versa. And you take out the communication completely, total darkness, silence. A recipe for miscalculation, disinformation, speculation, and taking decisions. Those decisions could go wrong. In this novel, they do go wrong. And then there are more attempts to do more things. This is the kind of scenario building that has happened. But I want to end on the kind of scenarios that the world started to think much, much earlier. And I'm going to mention another piece of fiction, H.G. Wells, 1898, War of the Worlds, in which supposedly the Martians find that they can't survive on Mars, so they want to come and, take up your resources. The traditional tripod, and it has remained in our literature, in our fiction, in our actually wargaming, these kind of attacks. So they come in here. But then think of the movie Interstellar, in which you decide that food security is a problem and you need to find another planet and go and live there. So here is what I want to end my comment on this, which is that at this time, it is important for this generation. I'm so illuminated by the kind of comment you guys have made. I've always had this faith, but it grows more. To think in a very wide way, things that we haven't really thought about, because the fluidity of it all does exist, and we need to go in that direction to think about whatever are those possibilities, build scenarios. Some of them might be preposterous today. There was a time when no one wanted to believe that there will be a situation, you'll be in this room and you could be heard in another room, because there was no television at that time. And now you can easily smirk about it. And so those things have changed. Do think that technology can actually take you in this. So there are wider areas in which one can go. And when you come to the nuts and bolts of how weapons can work, they will work today in a certain way. There will be limitations, but then they also have to go up. And final thing on the human in the loop thing, which is very important. My experience and background is of having been a fighter pilot. And I still believe that it is still not a dying breed, not today, but it can happen. And if this can happen, the human in the loop can actually go out. But if you think of Palestine today, there are humans who are taking those kind of decisions that we are worried about, the impersonal decision that the computers might take tomorrow. So the decision making. And to top it all, and our panelists effectively mentioned it time and again, the speed of decision making tells you that you cannot do it by yourself anymore. This is only when you have the algorithms supporting you, because the decision making time is tremendous now. So one could go on this, but all good things have to come to an end. I request all of you to join me in appreciating this panel for having illuminated discussions. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your comments. With this, I would now invite Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salik to present souvenirs to the moderator and the speakers. I would first request Mr. Khalid Banoori to receive the souvenir. Mr. Shah Muhammad. Ms. Amber Afreen. and Mr. Abdul Samad. As this session comes to an end, I would like to thank all the speakers and moderator for their insights on this subject. I hope it was informative and thought-provoking. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. We have a lunch and namaz break till 2:30, and the third session will commence after that. So now you can move to the dining area. Thank you.
Or WannaCry attack is an example of ransomware attack on UK's National Health Services, crippling their health infrastructure. Denial of services attacks on Estonia is another example of how internet access of a country to the outside world can be blocked by an adversary through cyber attacks. So there is a diversity of threat actors in cyber realm that can be criminals, non-state actors, terrorists, activists, thrill seekers, and nation states. Attacks in cyber domain can be categorized as cyber crimes, cyber terrorism, cyber espionage, and cyber war, depending on the actors and their objectives. Cyber warfare can be defined as the highest level and most complex type of cyber attack that is carried out against the national cyber interest of countries and will have the most severe consequences. And the cyber weapons that can be used are diverse and are in the form of denial of services attacks, ransomware attacks, malwares, zero-day exploits, and advanced persistent threats. Keeping in view of the time, these cannot be explained in detail. The focus more would be on escalation risks in the cyber range. Different scholars have viewed the concept of escalation through their own lens. Very simply, escalation is defined as an increase in the intensity or scope of conflict that crosses thresholds considered significant by one or more of the participants. The concept of escalation entered military lexicons during the early phases of Cold War when the risks of a nuclear war became acute. An increase in nature or intensity of a conflict can occur both qualitatively with the introduction of new type of weapons, quantitatively by increasing the scale of attack and forces in an area, or in scope by expanding theater of operations. Escalation has been further categorized as advertent or inadvertent. Advertent escalation, as you all must know, is when policymakers deliberately increase or decrease the level of violence in a controlled manner to force an adversary to capitulate. The notion of advertent escalation was based on the concept of rationality and was challenged by the idea that misperceptions or accidents can take conflicts out of bounds. Inadvertent escalation, on the other hand, or accidental escalation, is described by scholars as intentional actions that are unintentionally escalatory, usually because they cross a threshold that matters to the adversary but appears insignificant or is invisible to party that is taking the action. In domain of cyberspace, how can escalation take place? Scholars believe that it can either be horizontal or vertical. Horizontal escalation in cyberspace is an increase in the intensity or number of cyber attacks and is considered less serious because it remains within the cyber domain. However, vertical escalation is equated with cross-domain attacks, escalating the conflict from non-kinetic to physical or kinetic realm, and it is considered more dangerous. There are 4 different pathways towards escalation and de-escalation in the cyberspace, depending on certain factors. These pathways are identified as pressure release, spark, pulling out the big guns, and escalation inversion. So I will now describe them in a little bit detail. The proponents of the pressure release pathway believe that cyber conflicts are not escalatory and their overall impact on the conflict is stabilizing. They believe that Cold War deterrence model for nuclear weapons are not applicable to behavior in cyber domain because of certain issues like diverse set of cyber actors, problem of attribution, limits of credibility, and signaling mechanisms, and impossibility of demonstrating cyber capabilities for retaliation purposes. Their argument is that according to the empirical studies of the cyber attacks that have taken place so far, the responses to attacks in cyber domain are limited and are often only in the domain of are often only tit for tat kind. Instead of being escalatory, cyber attacks have a tendency to de-escalate a crisis by acting as a pressure release valve. They believe that competition in cyberspace is equivalent to one in military domain, and cyber operations provide states with non-kinetic options to act in crisis instead of using force. Some scholars contend that cyber operations offer great powers escalatory off-ramps and signaling mechanisms and can shape an adversary's behavior without engaging military force and risking escalation. For example, in 2019, after Iran attacked oil tankers and downed a US drone in Persian Gulf, President Trump called off strike because that can cause almost 150 casualties. Instead, he allowed cyber attacks on Iran, anticipating that it would not escalate the crisis. Spark. So over the years, the intensity and the number of cyber attacks have only increased. and it is only a matter of time before they can cross certain thresholds, providing a kinetic response. States are increasing organizations in the cyber domain and are even building separate cyber command and strategies that are only growing. The US, for example, cyber command had at least 6,200 personnel on operational duties. The US has even formed 3 cyber brigades, namely Cyber Protection Brigade, 91st Cyber Brigade, and US Army Reserve Cyber Protection Brigade. In intensification of operation in the cyber domain, increase in operational cyber warriors, misperceptions, and miscalculations are making the digital realm a keg powder that can explode at any time. The third situation is described by scholars as pull out the big guns, is based on the assumption that during an acute geopolitical crisis between states and a looming threat of armed conflict, it can provoke states to use cyber weapons. This situation is different from utilizing cyber as a pressure release valve because in this scenario, states are not committed to limit the conflict but are rather willing to escalate it. A higher risk of crisis can tempt states to use their stockpiled cyber capabilities to care less about the consequences. And lastly, according to escalation inversion scenario, cyber conflict can precede or accelerate war during a geopolitical crisis. Cyber attacks presumably favor attackers over defenders in the cyber realm. They increase the incentive of attacking first in the digital domain and can turn crisis into war. The advantages of starting a military conflict with a significant attack in cyberspace and outer space are enormous, and their effect is magnified if the adversary believe their strategic weapon systems, nuclear weapons or command and control, and space-based intelligence and decision systems are vulnerable to a disarming cyber strike. Because of the dangers posed by a cyber attack to strategic systems, a cyber attack, even to release pressure, can inadvertently cross significant thresholds of adversary, escalating the conflict into kinetic domain. The opaqueness of cyber domain increases the risks of escalation over de-escalation and escalate war. So the last part of my presentation, it would discuss India-Pakistan rivalry in the cyber domain. Presently, cyber competition between India and Pakistan is at a very benign stage. Both states have been engaged in attacks like website defacement, espionage, denial of services attacks, and data theft. These attacks have only been responded to in a similar manner within the cyber realm. However, both states are rapidly digitalizing and increasingly connecting their critical infrastructure with internet. This is increasing their vulnerability to cyber attacks. As you can see, both India and Pakistan have set up separate cyber commands. Indian Cyber Command is named Defense Cyber Agency, an integrated tri-services agency headquartered in New Delhi and under the command of a 2-star general. India Army has also raised Command Cyber Operations and Support Wing for countering its adversaries in the digital domain. On the other hand, Pakistan has also formed its Army Cyber Command with 2 main components: Army Cyber Division and Army Center of Emerging Technologies. The Chief of Army Staff during his visit to Army Cyber Command in 2022 said the newly raised Cyber Command shall progressively be linked to tri-services level and will form part of national cyber initiatives to have synergy at a national level. Pakistan has also formed CENTEC under the NESCOM to provide cybersecurity to its strategic forces. So increased digitalization of nuclear command and control systems and other dual use capabilities are making them vulnerable to cyber attacks. Dual use C4I systems that are distant from theaters of warfare or are space based can also be attacked through digital weapons. These attacks might not be intended to have strategic implications, but because of their dual use capabilities, they can inadvertently have strategic implications, forcing the other state to retaliate. During a conventional conflict, these assets can be attacked to disrupt the conventional forces of the adversary. However, these communication systems are also key node in nuclear weapons early command and control structures, posing serious risk of inadvertent escalation. Now, on the scenario of India-Pakistan, digital attacks on C4I system for the purposes of conventional warfighting goals can also be interpreted as an attack on nuclear assets. These kinds of attacks can prove to be highly escalatory, especially in an environment where both states have a first use nuclear doctrine. Moreover, in an environment where India is moving towards the counter-force doctrine, any attack on early warning systems and command and control structures, even conventional, can be interpreted as a precursor to a larger disarming strike. The increasing entanglement of command and control structures and their digitalization have thus increased the vulnerabilities of these systems to cyber attacks that can be a precursor of both advertent and inadvertent escalation. Moreover, between India and Pakistan, the possibility of cross-domain attack is increasing because of the increasingly blurred lines of warfare. Cyber competition between the two states can either escalate or act as a pressure release valve, depending on the crisis situation. So far, the cyber capabilities of both states are rudimentary and have only been involved in tit-for-tat responses. In a futuristic scenario, cyber attacks can provide a cushion for both states to manage their rivalry and use them as a pressure release tool. They can provide both states with new means to coerce the adversary without crossing significant thresholds and manage their conflict without crossing into kinetic domain. However, in the absence of any norms of behavior and risk reduction measures in cyberspace, cyber attacks can instead act as a means of escalation. The escalatory nature of cyber competition cannot be dismissed and should be given due consideration by scholars and policymakers in both states. It is important for both states to develop some kind of norms of behavior and meaningful thresholds to avoid any inadvertent escalation. In short, defense is the best defense in cyberspace, and despite its difficulties and temptations for offensive cyber capabilities, it is imperative for both states to increase their cybersecurity measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul Muiz, for presenting your paper in a timely manner. Again, he kind of give a overview of how India and Pakistan plays out in the cyber domain and what are the future prospects when it comes to scenario building as to how both countries can encounter escalation in the future. So now I would request Mr. Akasha to come to the stage to present his paper findings.
Good afternoon, everyone. I could feel the mood in the hall to be a bit lethargic, and I could testify to that because I myself am suffering from food coma. So I'll try to keep it interested, and not just for you guys, for myself as well, because I'm sleepy, to be very honest. So the topic of my presentation today is securitization of Space 2.0, impact of India's private sector on space and regional security. In the recent history, we saw the impact of private sector, the private companies, what they had on the Russia-Ukraine war. As we know that Russia has an extensive array of space-based assets, but the Ukrainians practically had nothing in comparison. So they had to be complemented by the private firms of the United States as a policy design of the state of the United States of America itself. So we saw that the private satellites, the private assets in space, they not only complemented, but in many ways enhanced the security paradigm of the Ukrainians. And they were able to resist off the Russians, and they have continued to do so. There are other factors involved as well, but this is one of the significant factors that they had the support of the American private space assets, the space companies like SpaceX and Maxar. So the states are cognizant of its potential, the potential of the Space 2.0, or the new space as it is called, as evident through enacted policies and regulation to ensure smooth access for the private sector, recognizing their contribution to the economy and to the national space power as well. So what is happening essentially is that unlike the Cold War, where Roscosmos and NASA used to dominate what happened in space, now it is the private actors. Now the companies like SpaceX, Maxar, Blue Origin, they basically decide the kind of activities and the interest they have, not just into the economic side of things, but on the security side of things. And that's what we are going to be talking about today. So the structure of my paper is that I'm presenting today. In the first section, I've tried to understand this integration happening in countries like United States, China, and the European region. Now, the idea was to understand what makes it work. The idea was to understand the framework, which is essential for this integration strategy, in which a state integrates the military assets as well as the commercial and the civil assets into the broader security paradigm, adding it to the space power. So the first section, it talks about that. I've tried to establish a framework, and then that framework could be used to study the same strategy in other states. And that's what we are going to do in the second section. We are going to use this framework to understand what's happening in the space sector of India. And the last section, the final section, we are going to be talking about the impact of these transformational changes that it's going to happen, or it's going to impact the regional and the space security. So we're going to go through quickly because it's very descriptive. And if you guys are interested, somewhere down the future, my paper will be published. So if you're interested, you can read in detail about what's happening in the United States, Europe, and China. But I'm going to quickly go through it. So the private sector has always been a part of the United States space program, right, since the very beginning. But the extent to which it was involved was not very extensive. It used to manufacture subsystems, parts for the NASA. But what Reagan did, President Reagan, he was a proponent of the privatization. He was a proponent of the private sector. The private sector comes in, brings efficiency to the system, it brings cost reduction. So that was a stepping stone. It came with its own space policy and other institutional measures that he took. I've talked about in detail in my paper. That actually put the American space odyssey onto the path, which has led to the SpaceX and Blue Origin of today. Now, in terms of the presidential terms, several presidents have come since Reagan, and everyone has incrementally added to this strategy. But Trump stands out because he has issued 4 presidential directives that are specifically aimed at space, one thing, and he established the Space Force. What Trump did was he combined all the US space assets, whether they are military, commercial, or civil, into the US space paradigm. And he has given the task of to Pentagon that Pentagon should protect every single US asset in space, because he knows that if these space assets or the satellites become part of the US national security, they become a target. So they are vulnerable out there in space. Who is going to protect them as per the strategy? The Pentagon. That's essentially the gist of what the Trump policy was. And then there's the European countries. At the end of Cold War, it was the United States who dominated the space, and the Europe came as a distant second, but the program was entirely predominantly civilian. They would use dual use satellites and other programs as well, but it was predominantly civilian. And gradually Europe started to realize that they need to have a strategic autonomy in space. Like they cannot be dependent on the Americans. So that's where they started to expand. They started to incorporate the private sector in the form of public-private partnerships. And the 2 examples are Galileo and GMES. GMES is Global Monitoring for Environment and Security. Initially, it used to be Global Monitoring for Environmental Security. Like the idea of this program was to understand the impact of climate change, through reconnaissance, aerial reconnaissance and remote sensing. But then they realized that it could have a security component as well. Like the same technology that could be used for environmental monitoring could be used for the security purposes as well. So they added to it, and the private sector was a significant player to it. But there is a flaw in the European strategy. What happens is that Europe act as the region. There are different countries. The companies, the private companies who are given the contracts, they are based in different companies, and these companies follow the regulation of the particular country of their origin. When they are integrate, when these systems integrate, there is, beg your pardon, when these systems integrate, there is an interoperability challenge. So this is one of the biggest hurdles apart from the accountability, because as we understand, the Europeans, they believe in democracy and the liberal principles. So what they feel like in public-private partnerships, the corporations are not accountable. So these are the 2 major challenges that they are facing right now. And then there's the Chinese approach. Chinese started towards civil military integration back in 1980s and 1990s, but that strategy only had modest success. But starting from the mid 90s, they shifted their strategy. Initially, what they used to do was they had a lot of military factories. They converted them to make the civilian products, but it was not helping the other way around. Like the civilian sector was not complementing the military. So what they essentially did was that they started to promote the dual use industry that is capable of producing the military as well as the civil products as well. So that's how they started to turn things around. And it has benefited China in shipbuilding and aerospace in particular. Talking about the current administration or the current government of President Xi Jinping, he has been particularly focused on enhancing China's potential by integrating the private sector into it. And there are certain initiatives that he has taken, but one of the core element of this strategy has been the establishment of a Central Military Integration CMI Commission, and President Xi Jinping, he heads this commission himself. And now, these are the things that China is doing, but the problem with China is that its space program is still primarily militaristic in nature, and they expect the private sector to adhere to the same principles that the military adheres to. And of course, it limits the operational flexibility and eventually the growth potential of the private sector. So based on these three case studies, I have developed this framework that for the strategy of integration of space, private space or the new space into the national security paradigm of any state, there needs to be three components: human resource and technological capacity. All these three states have: United States, Europe, and China. And then there need to be financial resources. US has a lot of resources, both from the public and the private sector as well. In terms of Europe, it is difficult because Europeans are primarily oriented toward human security, like they are the welfare states. They do not spend on their own. They do not spend a bulk of their budget on their own on the security side. So what they do is they collaborate. And when they collaborate, we already discussed that there are challenges like interoperability challenges. So Europe is facing that. China has, of course, access financial resources. In terms of regulatory framework, Chinese are trying to find a way out of it, but there is an institutional inertia. Like China has the centralized control over the production, research, and development. So this is one of the impeding factors that China is currently facing, and it could substantially hamper its growth as far as the private sector is concerned. So these three are key elements, and we are going to discuss the space program of India in that regard. So first of all, according to human resource and technological capacity in India, there was just one space-based startup in 2014. Now there are over 200 registered startups in India, and the government projects that the Indian space economy to be valued around 44 billion by 2023. As I was reading for this research, I came across some very fascinating Indian startups that are doing some really credible work, and I have mentioned a few in my slides. First of all, Dhruva Space is a space startup, and it has indigenously developed satellite orbit deployers, which were launched by the Indian Space Research Organization's PSL Polar Satellite Launch Vehicles in 2022 and 23. Skyroot is another startup, and it became the first company to successfully test a liquid propulsion engine and a 3D printed cryogenic engine. And then there was another interesting startup that I forgot to mention here. It was, I think, Manastu Aerospace. What they do is they are focusing on the green fuel for the future of space travel. Like, we understand the extent of climate change that has taken over the world. They understand the future is not going to be the fossil fuels. So they have already pivoted in that direction. So the Indian private space is futuristic in that regard as well. So then it's Pixel. Pixel is a Bangalore-based startup, and it bagged a contract from National Reconnaissance Office, and it's a US National Security Agency, a part of Department of Defense, and they bagged the contract to supply the hyperspectral images of the Earth that they are going to be taken from the satellites manufactured by Pixel itself. A startup in India is going to be helping the United States in its need to complement its national security. So that's the extent of human resource and technology that we are talking about India. And then the financial resources, the 2022, the year 2020 is marked as a year that transformed the India's private sector, and it started with Atma Nirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. It is Prime Minister Modi's initiative of self-reliant India. Abhiyan is campaign, self-reliant India campaign. So under this campaign in 2020, $84 billion worth of stimulus was provided by the Nirmala Sitharam across 8 industries, 8 different industries. It included minerals, coal, defense production, and it also included space. Apart from that, in the latest budget, Indian government has allotted $120 million worth of Indian rupees from its own pocket to fund the startups in India. They are stimulating the growth by funding it through the public money. And it's not just a public money. The funding is coming from the private venture capitalists as well. Like the private venture capitalists in India, they see the growth potential in the Indian private sector and they're willing to bet their money on it. And I have quoted 2 examples of the 2 startups that I mentioned, Dhruva and Skyroot. They raised 9 million and 27 million from the investor within India. And then Indian government actually lifted this FDI policy, the foreign direct investment policy, and they are allowing 100% of the FDI foreign money into building of the manufacturing of the space system and their subsystem for satellites. And Pixel, the startup we talked about just a while ago, it received funding of $36 million from the Google itself, marking the first major foreign investment in the Indian private sector. So they've got the technology, they've got the human resource, and now we see that they've got the money as well. And lastly, the regulatory framework India has developed in space. In space was part of the Bharat Abhiyan, what we talked about. And what they do is that they allow Indian private companies to use the infrastructure of ISRO to test their components and to use those sites in order to promote their product or in order to expand their product. Apart from that, they provide technical incubation and facilitate the startup ecosystem, encouraging student participation to harness academic talent. So this is one thing that they are doing. Other than that, in 2021, India issued a national geospatial spatial policy to it. Basically, they gave the private companies all the data that they had collected over the years through missions of ISRO free of cost. Like you can use this data and then you can build the application on the commercial scale for the commercial purposes. And lastly, there was the Indian Space Policy 2023. It was created especially with the focus of harnessing the potential of the private sector in building India's space prowess. So all the 3 components, they exist. Like we are talking about the regulatory framework, we are talking about the financial resources, and we are talking about the human resources and the capacity. The last part of my presentation is how these developments are going to impact the regional and space security. Okay, so far India has not yet indicated that it's going to integrate all of the private potential into its space prowess. That is understandable, because as promising as it is, India's potential is still in the nascent stage. Like it needs to develop. Startups are startups. They need to develop into corporations before India could go on and announce something like this. But it is bound to happen. It is bound to happen sooner or later. But that does not mean that the private sector is not already helping out the Indian national security needs. Recently, just a couple of months back, Tata Advanced Systems, they built and launched a spy satellite for the Indian Army entirely on their own. And then what it does is that it creates a force of satellites. It creates a space force that is going to complement India's ground forces and India's defenses and offensive capabilities. As we know that India has fought wars with China and Pakistan, but China is not vulnerable to India's space buildup, because China's space buildup is substantially more than India, and they have a deterrent in the form of an ASAT as well. China has tested an ASAT, direct ascent ASAT weapon, but it is concerning for Pakistan for 2 reasons. One, our space program is very limited. We have 8 satellites in orbit, out of which 2 are nanosatellites. So basically they are nothing. And the second point is that India is huge. In order to have the surveillance of the entire territory, we need a big constellation of satellites, which we do not have. So there is a lack of mutual vulnerability. Our territory, our strategic sites, our movement is basically under India's reconnaissance surveillance all the time, but it's not the other way around. And India's force posture, as it is characterized by the operationalization of the supersonic cruise missile BrahMos and a significant focus on the anti-ballistic missile, suggests a gradual build-up potential for a first strike against Pakistan. So I have another paper that talks about these intention India's first strike temptations against Pakistan, because they feel that they are in a strategic disadvantage. They had a disadvantage, but then Pakistan tested its nuclear weapons, and since then they have been trying to figure out how to regain that. So India is planning to build a constellation of 80 satellites. They announced it a few years back, and ISRO, mind you, ISRO is fully capable of doing it on its own. But the problem is that it's going to take decades. What the growth in the Indian private sector is going to do is significantly shrink the time it's going to take to build this constellation. And once they have this constellation, and how these satellites complement the missiles, the cruise missiles, the ballistic missiles, the ABM systems, satellites are basically involved in every single aspect of the modern warfare. So once they have this constellation, they would feel confident enough to go through with the temptations that they have. And how it's going to impact Pakistan does not. I'm about to finish. Pakistan does not. Pakistan has not tested a direct ascent ASAT weapon, but Pakistan is a substantial ballistic missile state. We have experience with that, and through certain modification, Pakistan could use its ballistic missile to target the Indian satellites in the hour of the need. Now, this would not be the first option, of course. There are other ways to counter a satellite as well, like spoofing, jamming, and everything. But if the need be, Pakistan could actually go for this step as well. Pakistan would not test it because one thing that it creates a lot of orbital debris, which is dangerous for every single satellite in the orbit. And secondly, international pressure is going to be huge. But if push comes to shove, when Pakistan have to decide between the its existence and to think about the space debris, I don't think Pakistan is going to be focusing on the space debris. So I think I have overstipulated my allotted time, and I'm really sorry about that, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Akash, for an interesting presentation. Now, Akash tried to the historical overview representing the case studies of America, Europe, and China. And then he came up with a framework which he applied and analyzed where India currently stands in space sector. Thank you for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite our last panelist, Mr. Zohaib Altaf, for his paper presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity and thank you so much for a whole SVI team for arranging this conference. So my topic is Indian development of quantum technology, redefining deterrent stability in South Asia. So first of all, I know that like this is going to be agenda of my presentation, and I hope that is not load. Okay, so this is because before going to talk about the development of quantum technology, so I want to ask the audience that what is their knowledge of quantum technology, because quantum technology is relatively new. So very few people know about even quantum mechanics, and there are the concepts which are very fundamental for my presentation, like superimposition. So how many of you know about the superimposition? Please raise your hands. How many of you know about the quantum entanglement? So, okay, so this is the presentation, and I'm the last presenter, and you have to answer this concept. You have to listen this quantum mechanics presentation. So I'm really sorry for that, but you have to bear with me. I traveled 4 hours for this presentation. I worked really hard on it. So first of all, okay, so what is quantum mechanics? Quantum mechanics work on the subatomic level. So anything on the subatomic level deals with it, that is called quantum mechanics. So any technology that is built on the principles of quantum mechanics is quantum technology.
So in quantum technology, there are different technologies like quantum sensors, quantum communication, quantum computers. So in quantum computers, there are two fundamental concepts. One is quantum entanglement. So quantum entanglement is a very interesting concept that it says that a particle can coexist simultaneously at two places. So and if you are going to change the property of one particle, then it is going to impact the particle properties of other particle, no matter if it is in the parallel universe or even if at the end of the universe, its properties are going to be changed. So even if I am here right now and there is a parallel Zohaib in cis AJK, so if you are going to slap me, the Zohaib in cis AJK is going to feel that slap. So this is called quantum entanglement. Then we have the superimposition. What is superimposition? In the classical computers, you have 0 and 1. So in the superimposition in quantum computers, what you do, take the example of a coin. When you toss a coin, so what happened? It is 1 or 0. But in quantum computers, it won't be 1 or 0. Queen will be spinning. So it will be simultaneously 1, 0. And because of that property, you are able to transfer large amount of data because you are not limited to 0 and 1. So that is the superimposition property. So my presentation is going to be the introduction. Then I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, so quantum technology. So that is the basically definition. I have told you about this definition. And what is the significance of my paper? So it is going to revolutionize the national security, every aspect of national security, not only deterrence, but even from intelligence to every aspect of your national security. Context. My paper is a context of the South Asia. There are two nuclear armed states, Pakistan and India. India is developing quantum technology. So how it is going to impact the deterrence stability. So focus, as I talked about, it is on the India's national quantum mission and also the national innovation framework it is developing. So my conceptual framework was force multiplier. Its definition I used was increased combat potential and mission success. Anything that increases the combat potential and mission success. Then what were the main principles I used on assumptions? It enhances the capability. So a technology is a force multiplier. If it enhances your capability, then it provides you technological superiority, operational flexibility, and have a psychological impact. Then how it is relevant to my paper. So I am going to talk about the quantum technology. When it is integrated with AI, space, and missile technology, it is going to be a force multiplier. So first of all, I'm going to talk about India's national quantum mission. So for the period of 8 years, India is going to spend $730 million. So if we are talking about India, how much India is spending, so we have to see that in the context that how much world is spending right now. So our friend China is leading right now. Like this is a good news for us as well. Like China is spending $15 billion. It is the #1 spender in the quantum technology. After the China, European Union is spending $7.5 billion. And after that, this is a very interesting. The US is spending $1.5 billion. And why the US is not spending as much as China? Because US is competing with everything in China. Because US is not directly spending money. Its startups are coming. They are trying to bring the private sectors into it. So when we are talking about India's quantum, what were the goals of it? Intermediate scale quantum computers. So one is that goal of India's national quantum mission. So how many of you know about that? What are the types of quantum computers? So India is planning to intermediate scale quantum computers. So there are two, before that, there are two rudimentary quantum computers. One is called quantum simulators. Quantum simulators are basically designed for resolving the problem in a field, like in a chemistry, in a physics, you will have the quantum simulators, and you will, to resolve that problem, you will have quantum simulators. Then you have quantum annealers. They are basically the computers. You are designing them for the specific task. Now, India is developing #3, intermediate scale quantum computers. These are basically, there are so many challenges with the development of these computers as well, because there can be, during the transmission of data, there can be different challenges. So after that, there are universal quantum computers that can compute on the universal, and that can be used for the general problems. Then after that, fully tolerant error quantum computers that can tolerate errors, and because the quantum data is very sensitive, so they are very tolerant towards errors. And at the last, then we will have quantum supremacy, in which there will be computers which will be able to like process the data like the normal computers. So that is something which is very important, and they will even have such a big computational power that our supercomputer we have right now has no competition with it. So these are the one, like we talked about it because my goal is like really hard because I have to explain the things and also give the background. Then India is also developing the secure communication. Secure communication because QKD, so basically quantum key distribution. So basically right now we are using the classical encryption. So now this will be QKD, quantum description, in which the data will be transmitted from one point to another point in quantum bits. And it's really hard. I will talk about later. Okay. So multi-node quantum networks. What does multi-node quantum networks? So if there is a quantum computer, let's say this is a quantum device. So this will be one node, and India is trying to develop multi-node quantum networks which will be connected to each other. Then it is developing quantum sensing. That is something really important. Okay, so with the quantum computers, there are military initiatives that India started, establishing research and thematic hubs. Indian military has started the telecommunication quantum lab at telecommunication engineering. Then it is also has developed quantum key distribution system for Navy. Then when we talk about it, that India cannot spend enough money, like 370 million, and China is spending $15 billion. So it is very important for India to bring startups. So there are different startups India is trying to build up. Then we see the academic institutions are also helping in it. So it is also very learning experience for Pakistan as well, that how India is doing that. We can do that, but we do not have enough money. So international collaborations. So international collaboration, India is also doing international collaborations with the United States, with Japan, and programs are written on the screen, so I do not have to mention them. So this is my main topic. Okay, so basically when I talk about that quantum is a force multiplier, how it is going to be a force multiplier. So let's talk about it. There is a term, sensor to shooter link. And that is a very important term in the modern warfare. Okay, think about the sensor. What are the sensors? Anything that gathers information, you can call it a sensor. Okay, so now, first of all, Dr. Adil Sultan was talking about that you won't even have a space in the space that to put a satellite in your orbit. But what can quantum computers can do? It can optimize the path of the satellites, so it is in an orbit in a place that it can collect the maximum data. Then if you have the sensor, the earlier presenter talked about it there, India has developed 140, deployed 140 sensors, AI sensors. So where do you deploy those sensors? Quantum computers can help you in that. Then if you have UAV and you are sending it on reconnaissance mission, quantum computers can help you in that flight path. So basically quantum computers gives you this ability to collect as much as data as possible, and it provides you the best optimization solution. And now, okay, we have the data, and that also I had this disagreement with Dr. Adil Sultan. I hope that he was here, that you need an ecosystem. Okay, we have all the data in the world. So what will we do of that data? Their role of quantum computer comes really important. You will have the data, and you will have quantum computers that can process the data on very large scale because they have the superimposition property. Superimposition property is that which I have explained. So superimposition, because of that, it will be able to transmit a very huge amount of data and process the data, and you will have a sense of that data. And when you will have everything, that quantum, then you have the quantum sensors. Sir talked about the quantum sensors and transparent warfare. So quantum sensors are very important. There are two types of quantum sensors, and India is also trying to develop that. One, that gravity meters, they even detect the changes in the gravity Even, okay, so if there is submarines in the depth of the ocean, but it will have some gravity. So quantum sensors are very sensitive. It is going to measure that gravity and change in that gravity, and you will know that there is an submarine there. Then we have the magnetometers, quantum magnetometers. They even detect the change in the Earth magnetic field. So we all know that, like, we are social studies students, most of us, but we have also like studied it that every metal has some kind of magnetic field. So quantum technology sensors are going to measure that magnetic field. So now we see that now we have the quantum satellites which are providing you the data. Now we have the quantum computers which are providing you overview of that data and providing you the situational awareness and providing you the best optimum solutions. So now it's not just depth of the oceans have become transparent, it's the battlefield has become transparent. So now comes the shooter part. That, okay, so I talked about it, that quantum is going to enhance the precision of precision missiles. So precision missiles are already precision missiles. So what quantum computers are going to do that? What quantum compute technology is going to help there? So like, for example, Agni-P has probable error of 10 meters. So it is also very accurate right now. So where does the quantum technology helps? We talked about India is also obtaining crystal maze 2 missile. That is basically a counter force missile. So why, when India already have precision missiles, why quantum technology is going to help? So quantum technology, as earlier presenter talked about it, that for the longer distance, it is very important. When distance is long, so accuracy becomes very challenging. So quantum accelerometers are something which can accelerate, and they also provide inertial navigation, which are quantum inertial navigation is very accurate as compared to the traditional navigation. And when their distance is huge, they can measure everything with a very precise data. You can, even in the real time, when you have quantum computer, you will have real time of wind speed, you will have all the aspects, and there will be all the sensor giving you the data, and you will be giving the best possible path to the missile. And when you're talking about that, why India is collecting all these things, because of for the counter force strike. So if you want to strike another nuclear nation, attack the nuclear nation, what do you want? You want reliability. You do not want that anything ever is left so they can attack you back. You also want to completely obliterate their second strike capability. So quantum computers are key to that. They provide the reliability and they ensure that a country's second strike capability is completely obliterated. So now, if a country like Pakistan, we know that battlefields have become transparent. India is, even if India says that we have no first use policy, but action speaks louder than word. Even that was a famous, there is a very famous article right now, even on the International Security Journal. It's like the second most read article. I'm sure the most of people have read it. That, like, even if your nuclear doctrine is whatever it is you are saying with the words, but if your actions are not matching that nuclear doctrine has no value. So when we know that Indian actions and its nuclear doctrines are not matching, so for Pakistan, it is going to be a very crucial moment. So your battlefield become transparent. They can attack you with the precision, and you are a small country. So what are going to be options for that? So you will have the mentality of lose it or use it. You will be on ready to launch posture, because you are not going. You might think that you won't be having the second strike capability. So this is going to have a very significant consequences for second strike capability. So as we talked about it now, I have talked about all these things. So what Pakistan can do? So I wrote this article when Ahsan Iqbal announced this initiative, quantum initiative, hurdles and hopes. So when we're talking about the hurdles, there are so many hurdles. For example, if we want to start a program in universities, so even one quantum sensor, like one quantum server, will need $1 million. Your university do not even have money to pay their salaries to the teachers, like in the University of Peshawar, in the case of University of Peshawar. So how you are going to spend $10 million? So this is going to be a very challenging. Then you have the brand rent. There is a person who can work on the quantum computers. Why that person wants to live in Pakistan? So even if we are going to send them through HECs, getting scholarships, they won't be coming back because they will get the lucrative packages outside. So that will be a brand rent issue. So then, okay, so what hope do we have? So United Nations has announced 2025 as the quantum national year for the quantum. So we can leverage that and we can get as much as possible from that. So that will be one aspect of it. And also Habib Jalib once said that China apna yaar hai. So that may be the solution because China is spending $15 billion. So maybe sometime when they will develop the technology and technology will mature, we are going to buy from them. But this is not a viable solution. Why is that? Because it's not about the weapons. It's about that they are going to apply the technology first. They are going to, it is not just defense. This is going to be impacted. It is going to impact the health industry. It is going to impact the manufacturing. It is going to impact the production. And there's already talk about the quantum divide in the world. So when they will have the quantum manufacturing and we will be on traditional manufacturing, we will never be able to compete with them. We won't be able to increase our exports. So it is very important that we should find a solution. We even need to take a baby steps so we can have some kind of initiative so to like face the challenges of the development of quantum computers, which is happening right now in the world. Thank you so much. And your questions are welcome.
Thank you, Zoeb, for breaking down the quantum computing related concepts in a layperson's term for all of us, and for examining how India has been able to evolve its quantum computing initiatives and how it has implications for data stability. Before opening the floor for question answers, I will be giving my own thoughts about cyber-related issues. So after that, I will be opening the floor for the Q&A session. So the topic on which I would like to speak is virtual warfare and how it has several implications for Pakistan. I will be restricting my presentation to specifically focus on cyber warfare and where Pakistan currently stands, and on AI-driven disinformation campaigns. So again, when it comes to virtual warfare, different scholars have different definition about what they perceive as virtual warfare. I have put in here the definition which has been given by a cultural anthropologist, Roberto Gonzalez. He says that again, it's a war conducted by robotic systems, something which we have listened to in the second session of this conference. Again, algorithmic driven propaganda campaigns and psychological ops, next generation social sciences models, again, which can help us in predicting human cooperation and again, social instability, and again, predictive modeling and simulation programs. So again, I will be restricting myself to cyber warfare and AI-driven campaigns. Again, when it comes to Pakistan, we unfortunately does not have a cybersecurity strategy. We do have a cybersecurity policy, but again, there are a lot of ambiguities within the cybersecurity policy in itself. For example, the critical infrastructure, it has not been properly defined. And again, there is an ongoing debate within the policy makers as to what is our critical infrastructure. Unfortunately, we have not identified our election security as part of critical infrastructure. We have not identified our parliament and its working as part of critical infrastructure. We have also not identified defense sector as part of critical infrastructure. So again, when it comes to election security, we are repeating the same mistake which Americans did prior to 2016 presidential election, when they never considered election security as part of critical infrastructure. It was only after the Russian interference in 2016 election that they realized that election security is also an important part of a democratic system, and then they included it as part of critical infrastructure. Fortunately, last year we come up with computer emergency response teams, which are considered as the first line of defense. But again, there are still more reforms which need to be done with respect to sectoral computer emergency response teams. Again, when it comes to cyber crimes, we have Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act, PECA, which primarily regulates cyber crimes. Again, PECA in itself has a certain loophole which continue to be exploited. For example, the term of cyber terrorism is weaponized again forever, whoever is critical of state, or for that matter, government of that time. Again, one of the diplomatic in the diplomatic sector, which a mistake which we have done for quite some time is that we have not signed the Budapest Convention. Now, one of the reasons what is given by the state officials as to why we have not signed Budapest Convention, which is the only global cybercrime treaty, is that because we have to do intelligence sharing with the signatory members. And again, because of fact that there are certain countries in that convention, again, with which Pakistan is not comfortable to share intelligence. So again, Pakistan has not been a part of this Budapest Convention. And again, हमारे मुल्क में एक बहुत पॉपुलर बयानिया है कि व्हेन इट कम्स टू सोशल मीडिया, तो अगेन क्योंकि बहुत से सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स के रीजनल ऑफिस इंडिया में होते हैं, तो somehow इंडिया उसको बहुत ज़्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस करता है. Again, there is a partial truth to such thing, but again, what we does not talk about openly and mostly is that when we need data about cyber criminals or cyber crimes, we need to come up with MLATs, mutual legal assistance treaties. Unfortunately, in this past so many years, Pakistan has able to enter in MLATs with only 4 countries: Kazakhstan, Sri Lanka, Uzbekistan and China. हमने आज तक खुद अपनी वीकनेस रखी है कि अमेरिका के साथ एमलेट्स नहीं की. इंडिया ने एमलेट इंडिया के अमेरिका के साथ की भी है. उनको कोई भी डाटा चाहिए होता है व्हेन इट कम्स टू साइबर क्राइम्स और साइबर क्रिमिनल्स, 72 आवर्स इज द मैक्सिमम टाइम दे गेट द डाटा. बट फॉर अस, हम रिक्वेस्ट भेजते हैं, इट टेक्स 6, 7 or 8 months for that reason. Again, data protection law is something which we have unfortunately not come up. Since 2005, there have been 6 drafts which have been come up with respect to data protection. And again, there has been no, as of the latest update on the data protection is that the Ministry of IT is finalizing the data protection bill. And just to give you an example as to how much the state is willing to protect our personal data, the 2018 data protection bill was part of my MPhil thesis, which I discussed, which I studied. And to your all surprise, 67%, 2018 का जो बिल था, 67% of it was copy pasted from Malaysia's draft bill. Again, सिर्फ एक जगह पे गलती हो गई थी कि रिंगेट जो मलेशियन करेंसी उसको रुपए से रिप्लेस करना भूल गए थे. बाकी पूरा अच्छा खासा कॉपी पेस्ट उन्होंने चीज कर ली थी. Again, because of the fact we do not have a data protection law, हमारी जो कमर्शियल कंपनीज को जो नुकसान होता है कि आप यूरोपियंस का डाटा, हमारे यहाँ पे जो AI स्टार्टअप्स हैं, बाकी जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं which are working on next generation technologies, वो उस डाटा के थ्रू चीजों को आगे काम उन पे नहीं कर सकती. वो आपको डाटा वहां से नहीं मिलता. Because GDPR, which is the data protection regulation, which regulates the EU region, it demands that if you want our data, citizens' data, then you have to make the same legal safeguards which we have ensured in our region. Again, Pakistan, unfortunately, when it comes to cyber diplomacy, has largely been absent. We have made some participation, but largely we have remained absent. Again, it is our own weakness for that matter. Again, when it comes to our armed forces or intelligence agencies, each one of us work unilaterally. There is no, for example, cohesion when it comes to cyber matters. And again, we lack budgetary allocations. In the last 15 years, we have not even spent 0.1% of our national budget on IT-related sector. This is, if we are talking all day about the importance of these technologies to warfare and strategy, but unfortunately, in the past 15 years, we have not even allocated 0.1% of our national budget on IT-related matters. Similarly, moving on to AI disinformation campaigns. Now, why it has become a threat? Because now more people, especially when it comes to South Asia, about 40% of our youngsters in South Asia primarily relies on social media platforms for news consumption. They does not go on CNN, Dawn, or Times of India. They rely on Facebook, TikTok, and other platforms for news consumption. And again, because of the fact that, again, people are generally losing trust, and it's a global trend. It's not only South Asia or Pakistan specific trend. It's a global trend where people are losing trust in traditional media institutions. CPEC case study is a good case study. Again, a lot of disinformation propaganda which you listen about CPEC is primarily because the government at that time, for the first 2 years, never published openly about CPEC data. And again, a lot of controversies which we continue to listen about CPEC primarily originates from that specific time period. Confirmation bias is something which we all suffer from every day when it comes to consuming news. Again, amplification of disinformation has primarily become very easy with the advent of generative AI tools. Again, primarily each one of us can now come up with a news website and start posting content on that. There are now around 700 to 800 websites which primarily copy paste news stories from mainstream media platforms and post them on their content farms websites. Again, the challenges which we face right now is, again, as I've told, that PECA is primarily not being used as it should be used, for example, for regulating cybercrimes. And unfortunately, PECA primarily covers around 6 to 7 main crimes. Just to give you an example, FBI lists at least 31 cybercrimes, which it considers cybercrimes. But unfortunately, in Pakistan, we have primarily when we talk about cybercrime, it is only about 6 to 7 common cybercrimes. And again, AI disinformation campaigns have been successful in all those countries, including Pakistan, where we have existing fault lines. If you have existing fault lines, they will be used for spreading disinformation. Another thing which we have not often talked about, again, at a government level, is India's hack for hire industry. It has now become a popular industry where people from all around the world hire Indian hackers for, again, subversive activities. And this is something which we unfortunately have failed to highlight at international forums. Similarly, this disinformation ecosystem, thanks to EU Disinfo Lab, which was somehow investigating Russian disinformation, but come up on the Indian disinformation. But again, as a government or state, we have not been highlighting this as a proper way. Again, there is a proliferation of self-declared OSINT accounts, which again try to come up with this idea that they have some information based on satellite imagery or some other tools. And again, they try to legitimize themselves. Again, when it comes to OSINT or open source intelligence, you always have to rely on those platforms, those individuals which have a rigorous methodology to their information collection. Again, there is a lack of clarity when it comes to critical infrastructure. Again, there have been a lot of discussion about what is critical infrastructure. Again, you talk to any policymaker, he will come up with his own definition of critical infrastructure. Again, realizing all these challenges, it is important that 100% of public servants shall gain awareness and knowledge on personal data protection AI by 2025. Again, this is something which is the part of draft national AI policy of Pakistan. But again, unfortunately, it does not like that this goal be achieved in the near future. Again, as I've said earlier, Pakistan failed to effectively utilize and embed cyber diplomacy as part of its foreign policy agenda. And again, digital literacy is something which we lag behind seriously. And again, one of the reasons why we became victims to disinformation. So again, in order to protect at individual level, like how we all can protect ourselves at individual levels, we have to follow fact checkers. There are now so many fact checkers within Pakistan and in our region as well, which continue to fact check different viral news stories. And again, there is this apply crap test by University of Sydney, which says that if you come upon a website which is suspicious, which is not mainstream, you have to check how frequently it is updated, who are the authors, again, what are their authority to write on different matters. Again, when it comes to deepfake images, and deepfake videos, again, but there exists certain tools by which, after a cumbersome effort, you are able to reach to this conclusion that this is a product of deepfake technology. Lastly, again, the recommendations, again, Pakistan need to have a separate division within MOFA to deal with, again, emerging and disruptive technology, something which India have come up with recently, and other countries. There are now several countries in the world which have cyber attaches appointed at their diplomatic missions all around the world. Again, government should support universities and think tanks to work on emerging and disruptive technologies and the aspect of security. Again, MOFA should form a consortium of researchers. And again, we have a lot of researchers today who presented some excellent presentation. Again, MOFA can start from here as well. Again, it is important to come up with a strategy which should have a core idea. We talk about geoeconomics, but it's important to highlight the economic aspects of cybersecurity, which can help us leapfrog from a developing country to developed country, impart digital literacy skill right from the school level, again, so that people does not become susceptible to disinformation for that matter. And when it comes to cyber confidence building measures, we have nuclear CBMs for that matter with India. What I personally feel, in order to start cyber CBMs with India, although the environment right now is not conducive for them, for future sakes, again, Pakistan and India both need to sign the Budapest Convention. So again, that could be a starting point. Pakistan, for that matter, has been significantly taken a lead by agreeing to the 11 norms, cyberspace norms, which one of the norms says that your soil should not be used for cyber attacks against other country. India has still not agreed to these norms. So again, this can be a starting point for cyber CBM for both countries. And when it comes to lastly, building the cyber law enforcement capacity, it is important to provide training and education, and again, developing the capacity building of law enforcement agencies. Thank you. Now I will open the floor for the questions again. So whoever want to ask the question can state his name and direct the question to whoever he or she might want to ask.
Assalamu alaikum. Among the presenters, Mr. Akash highlighted a fact about India opening up its military installation, especially the ISRO for startups who would be able to come there and check the technology that is procured privately or developed privately. My question is, are we in the same mood, or are we gonna be in the same mood, or if is there any plans that we open up our so-called sensitive infrastructure to the civilian sphere, so that the private and the public sector both can come up with uh, plausible actions in face of India's advancement in AI, in quantum computing, and in space technology? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So the question is that, are we going to follow the footsteps of ISRO when they have allowed this private space to utilize the infrastructure they have? In terms of theory, yes, we have, because the latest space policy that Pakistan's Sparko has issued has actually talked about, uh, letting the private sector in, especially when it comes to space. But as I was referring to the framework, which is essential for the private sector to bloom in order to complement a state's space power, you need human resource, you need technological capacity, technological base, you need financial resources. In terms of regulations, in terms of policy, yes, a lot of policies out there on paper. But what about the other three important factors? So even if they decide to do that, even if they decide to, the Sparko decides to open up its existing infrastructure, there's an interesting thing. You might have read about iCube Qamar, the recently launched. It was a nano satellite that IST sent for the satellites was manufactured here at IST, and it was sent to China for the testing, environment testing, because the environment in space is very different to Pakistan. So in terms of structural capacity, even Sparko is not at par with ISRO. So it's a long journey ahead, and if I were to put it simply, I would just quote Mirza Ghalib, who said that कहाँ मैं खाने का दरवाजा गालिब और कहाँ वाइज, पर इतना जानते थे कल वो जाता था कि हम निकले, हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, बहुत निकले मेरे अरमा लेकिन फिर भी कम निकले. Thank you.
Any questions?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sana Zulfikar and I'm a student of Government and Public Policy. My question is from Mr. Zohaib, that are there any universities in Pakistan which are right now offering any programs or courses related to the quantum, and where does Pakistan stand in it? Though you have described enough about it, but still, if you want to add something to it.
Zaid, we'll hold on for other questions as well. Any more questions? Zaid, you can answer those.
As far as my knowledge is that, like, maybe Pias is when we visited Pias with SVI team as well, at that time they were talking about some kind of initiative, but it's not that many universities are publicly offering courses on quantum computers. But it's not about the offering the courses, like we are reading so many courses right now, like, but the problem is that, do you have the capacity and will you have those servers to actually establish the quantum labs, and you will have that manpower, you will have those teachers which have the expertise in that. So I think that it is very expensive technology right now, and we do not even have that kind of universities. Even HEC budgets was reduced as compared to the previous years. So I don't think so that right now universities have that capacity to even start the quantum computers. Maybe they can start courses, but in a substantial terms, they won't have that capacity.
Muiz, we have an online question from Madila Ahmed. She asked, what are the key conditions necessary for India and Pakistan to establish cyber norms?
Well, the first key condition is to talk. Pakistan and India are not talking for the past, you can say, 10 years. It has been after 2008, Mumbai attack, 16 years. There have been no contact on the both sides. But we have to understand that cyber norms or cyber CBMs, these are some low hanging fruits. This is something where both states can talk, where they can sit together, they can understand that there are certain mutual vulnerabilities. The problem of attribution, the problem of anonymity in cyberspace, it makes the non-state actors or third-party actors to exploit that gap between India and Pakistan. So it is very important that both states they can form some kind of committees, some kind of technical expertise level setup that can coordinate, that can come up with some kind of you can say uh, that can come some kind of joint cell teams that in case of a cyber attack they can jointly investigate that whether the origin was from the other state or was some third state actor, third party actor was trying to exploit the situation. Moreover, in the longer term there can be different cyber norms, like we can have cyber hotlines between the Ministry of Interior in Pakistan and in India so that they can discuss on this. We can have critical infrastructure centers. We do not even have a common definition of critical infrastructure. At the starting point, we can even have a common definition of critical infrastructure. We can define together that these are certain critical infrastructures that are out of bounds, so that in future, if there is going to be cyber attacks, there can be the chances of inadvertent escalation can be reduced. So there is a lot of potential for cyber norms between India and Pakistan. There are very small steps that could be taken at the very basic level, but first we need to start talking on something.
Akash, we have another question from Adila for you. In fact, there are three questions. First is what are the drawbacks of India's cyber strategy in your opinion? The second question is which political technology may Pakistan acquire to enhance its space capability? And lastly, which successful foreign corporations should Pakistan seek to collaborate in order to bolster its space program?
Okay, I guess the first question is about cyber, so it might have been directed to Moise because
No,
that
it is directed towards you.
cyber.
No, Indian space strategy.
Okay, Indian space strategy. So, like I said, that India right now is focused on building up the capacity of its private sector. They have just limited the role of ISRO to research and development, and when it comes to manufacturing, and when it comes to launches, and even handling the data that is being sent by the satellites, it is predominantly being managed by the private sector. So, what we see right now is India harnessing its potential in space from the private sector, from the masses, from the academia, and gradually building up on that. It is following on the footsteps of the United States. So, what was the second question? Second and third question?
To enhance its space capabilities.
And third question?
Third question is which successful foreign collaborations which Pakistan can seek?
Okay. In terms of any particular technology, there is not a magic wand. The space in itself is a combination of a lot of different technologies, people from different backgrounds, mathematics, physics, and materials engineers and everything. They come together and form a comprehensive and extensive space program. There is no single magic wand or single technology that Pakistan could have. On its, I fail to understand that Pakistan is one of the most one of the leading nations in terms of the ballistic missile program. We have the propulsion engineering, we have the propulsion science, we understand the dynamics. If nothing else, at least what we could have done is could have developed the satellite launch vehicles like India is doing. For example, just last year, India earned 300 million euros just by launching the satellites of the European countries. We could have done at least that. So there's no single particular technology that Pakistan could acquire in order to boost its space program. It has to be across the board, across different fields, and different expertise and different domains of manufacturing needs to be incorporated. And as far as the cooperation goes, Pakistan is part of Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Network. It is a Chinese-led consortium of states in which China not only builds up the capacity of the partnering countries, but even it funds to a certain extent the space projects. For instance, the recent the nano satellite that Pakistan sent, the iCube Qamar, it was basically an initiative of the Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization, in which China facilitated. So NASA is not going to help you out. European Space Agency is not going to help you out. So if you're asking me how Pakistan could build upon its collaboration, it is to enhance the skill set of the people who are the part of Spark, who are the part of this space program, by integrating them with the Chinese Space Agency. That's how you are going to learn. And again, to what extent is that going to boost our space program? My guess is as good as yours, because there are so many things that we do not know about, and there are so many variables at play that it is difficult to make uh, a precise prediction or guess about it. But APSO is the forum that Pakistan needs to further be adherent to and be a part of. So that's my answer to it. Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes.
Can you please shed some light about what's the hindrance between us having signed the Artemis Accord? If there is any hindrance from their side, can you please explain that as well? And if there is something from Pakistan's side, I would like your insights about that, please.
Artemis Accord in general is not, you see, it's non-binding. First of all, it's just an accord, a regulation that the countries have come up and they've decided that we are going to adhere by it. It is initiated by NASA. We do not have the collaboration, the kind of collaboration that India has with NASA, with other countries have NASA, because our space program is strategic in nature. They see us with skepticism, I might say, and there is a lot of sharing when you come in collaboration with USA. This is the reason we are not having this cyber agreements with the United States, because we are reluctant on sharing the data. So there is a trust deficit, in my opinion. So that is the biggest reason, and I don't think there has been any serious efforts on part of the United States to even woo Pakistan, and they are not really, in my opinion, they're not really interested if Pakistan joins or not, because they see us in the Chinese camp already. So again, we are part of the China's moon missions. We have to choose one. We have already chosen China. We cannot choose Artemis. Both these programs are in contention to each other, and Artemis has a security component as well. You see, they are going to establish the safety zone on moon. They are to be patrolled by the countries who are part of the Artemis, in order to deter the Chinese and Russians from intervening in their areas of interest. So we are not going to be a part of any initiative that is anti-China. So that is my understanding. Thank you.
Any more questions? I guess that was the last question.
Actually, I have a question from you, sir. You talked about that since India has an agreement with the United States, so this is the reason that whenever they need help when it comes to cyber crimes and anything, their request is processed in 72 hours. Is that the reason why that the companies like Twitter or X, as it is now called, they are more compliant to Indian requests than Pakistan? Because there is a collateral damage of what's happening right now in Pakistan. Of course, the Twitter or the X could be used for the nefarious purpose as well. But I was just talking to my colleagues, and the kind of traction we are getting on our coverage of this conference on social media, especially Twitter, it is significantly down. Why? Because the people in Pakistan, they now have to use VPN. So we are the collateral damage of this policy. So is this because of the agreements that India has with US, that it is helping them out in sharing the data with the people who are promoting this anti-state narrative on Twitter? And is that going to help us as well? Is that the case that we are suffering from this? So could you
Again,
please?
India has this MLAT with America, and again, this mutual legal assistance treaties are primarily, for example, if somebody does post something which incite sectarianism or hatred in a particular country. So again, you can request the American authorities that to ask the social media company to assist us in removing that content or identifying the perpetrator who's posting that content. Because we do not have this thing, so it takes up to 6 to 8 months at minimum to get that information. At that time, the account might it itself deactivate itself. But when it comes to India, again, maximum is the 72 hours in which they get the data about cyber criminals or about the cyber crimes. So again, this is thing, if we are able to enter into an agreement with America on these things, then we'll be able to get some information about the cyber criminals or for that matter. But again, when it comes to the Twitter compliance, that is something else, because again, because of fact, since Elon Musk has taken over X platform, again, they have come up with their own methods as to how they have to comply or not. Because of fact, India is a big market for X or other social media platform, they comply there more. And because of fact that they know they cannot afford to lose that market. Similarly, when it comes to European unions, the European unions have a very interesting regulatory framework. It is primarily driven by human rights for that matter. So again, they're able to regulate American firms which are not able to be regulated in that way in other markets. So again, these are some of the ways different countries are now trying to exert their digital sovereignty for that matter. I hope so. Yes, primarily. Hope so. You have enjoyed this session. And again, a huge round of applause for all the interesting presentations which the panelists have given. Thank you.
We have had some very interesting presentations, so it was nonetheless a learning activity for all of us. Now, before the concluding remarks and distribution of the souvenirs, I would request all of you to please, we have shared a survey link with you in the WhatsApp group, and the QR code is also pasted on your table, so please fill out that survey form. As is a feedback form, it will only take a few minutes. Now I would request Executive Director, Strategic Vision Institute, Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salik, to please come on stage and distribute the souvenirs. Abdul Muiz. Mr. Akash. Mr. Zohaib Altaf. Now I would invite Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salik, Executive Director, SVI, for his concluding remarks. Please, sir.
For a change, I also have written remarks today. Normally, I don't. But I think there were some very important things which were presented here since morning. And I just wanted to sum up. I know that you people are saturated with the information, but I want to make sure that once you leave this conference hall, you are not saturated, but you are oozing out with information and knowledge. I would once again like to thank everyone here for finding time to attend this conference for the whole long day. It was very technical. It was a bit difficult for some, but I think all in all, it was very rich on information and understanding. And I always had a complaint that our social scientists are very weak on the technical side. But today, I think I stand corrected that we have, at least amongst the younger lot of social scientists who are tech savvy. and who understand the technical issues very well. And that's a very positive sign. Talking about the technologies, one should not be just carried away by the potential of these technologies, because as we say, these are emerging technologies. Some of them are just developing, they have not yet matured. And you may find after some years that some technologies may not mature ever. They may be abandoned due to two reasons. One, that they do not fulfill the potential which is expected out of them. And secondly, the cost becomes so prohibitive that people abandon them. And thirdly, even if those technologies are available, but the cost is so much, they cannot be inducted at a large scale. And then do not become very useful as far as their operation use is concerned. We talked about the hypersonic cruise missiles. We talked about hypersonic glide vehicles. We know that the ballistic missiles are all in the hypersonic range. The only new thing which has come up is the maneuverability and a specific flight profile in terms of glide vehicles. And in terms of cruise missiles, which mostly the top of the line systems like the American Tomahawk and others, they're subsonic. The only operational cruise missile is BrahMos, and now they are going for one step further into hypersonic cruise missile. The Russians have developed some hypersonic cruise missiles, but they also have a downside. One is that they have lesser payload capability. And the second is that because of the scramjet, the consumption of the fuel is very high. So the bulk of the carrier itself is filled up with the fuel, and there's less space for the payload. Although it is compensated to some extent because of the velocity with which it hits the target, that kinetic energy compensates for the smaller warhead. But as I was trying to point out, that there are always strengths and weaknesses, and we have to take a wholesome picture. We should not be carried away by the positives or the strengths of these systems. We know that the introduction of these technologies will compel some changes in the traditional thinking on deterrence, particularly in the domain of second strike capability. We knew that on ground, one of the ways of achieving survivability of our assets for second strike capability is to have mobile systems and keep moving them around so that their position cannot be pinpointed and they cannot be struck by the enemy systems. Now with the drones which have capability to be in the air for 24 hours, 28 hours or even more, so they'll be round the clock surveillance, and any movement by your systems from one place to another will be immediately picked up by these drones and passed back to their source. And then we also have a new thing which has come up is the microsatellites, which are cheaper to launch. At the moment, the surveillance satellites do not have constant coverage of a particular point on Earth. There is a revisit time, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, depending on the speed and the distance of the orbit from the Earth. But with these microsatellites, you will be able to launch dozens of them at a time, and there'll be a continuous chain of these satellites hovering over your area and providing continuous surveillance. So survivability or the secrecy of position will be compromised. on ground. Similarly, we always used to think that the assured second strike capability is provided by the submarine-based weapons because of the difficulty of detecting a submerged submarine. Now, that is also coming under challenge. We already have seen articles coming up saying the transparent seas. And we know that under autonomous, these unmanned underwater vehicles, they will be roaming around and they'll be able to pick up those submarines. Similarly, some of these will be even armed with lethal warheads, and they'll not only be able to pick up those submarines, but also attack them. So that aspect of the assured second strike capability will also be compromised. So we have to start thinking right now that what other options we will have in case these technologies materialize and live up to their expected potential. There is also a risk of incorporating AI in the command and control systems. In terms of intelligence, as I mentioned in the morning also, the volume of information or intelligence, raw intelligence coming is so high that it's humanly impossible to process that into useful information. But with the AI and the quantum computing, that is now possible. You can process that data in a very quick time. And it can also provide you response options. So decision making will be quickened, but if it is all left to the machines, then there are dangers because machines do not have compassions like the human beings. So they will just find a target and blast it off without thinking of the consequences. So that is a dangerous thing. The control should never be left to the machines. And I think there needs to be an international understanding that command and control system, especially of nuclear command and control, will not be left to the AI. There will always be a human on the loop. We also know that the cyber threat, the threats to not only to the our social life, the banking system, the other system, as it was mentioned earlier that a week or 2 weeks ago, there was this large breakdown around the world. It is also now a threat to the nuclear installations and nuclear command and control. Now, one may say that cyber is not a physical thing, that it can go and hit a nuclear reactor and destroy it. But it does have physical effects. And it happens that if there's a cyber attack on the control system of a nuclear reactor and it disables it, the control of the fuel, these cooling pumps which pump water around the reactor to keep it cool, that will go off. And the heat generated as a result of that can lead to the melting of the core and also blowing up of the reactor. So although it's not a physical weapon, but it can have physical effects. So that is to be seen and there has to be measures against it. Similarly, it can also disrupt the command and control, which can again cause problems because if someone knows that the other side has the capability to disable my command and control through cyber attack, then there'll be a tendency to either fire the weapon system on the first given opportunity in a crisis, or to delegate the command and control, which is again not a very satisfactory situation. So I think as and when there was this mention that India and Pakistan have not talked to each other for a long time, as and when the negotiations or the dialogue resumes, I think one of the CBMs to be negotiated, like the non-attack on each other's nuclear facilities, should be non-cyber attack on each other's nuclear command and control and nuclear facilities. I already mentioned about the importance of technical know-how among the social scientists. We have seen that there are so many technical issues which are coming up, and unless we try to learn the basic technological facts, it will be difficult to survive in our field. And particularly for older people like us, we definitely need to retool our skills and familiarize ourselves with these emerging technologies. There's been a lot of talk of so many technologies. I didn't find much mention of 3D printing, which is also called the additive manufacturing. That's also another very important thing which has come up, and we know its potentialities. People are building houses with the 3D printers, and the US Marine manufactured parts of a drone, assembled it, and flew it. Now, that was all done by 3D printer. And in fact, people are already talking of 4D printers. Those are also now becoming available. As far as small scale manufacturing is concerned, these provide a lot of advantages. But once you go for large scale manufacturing, traditional manufacturing will still have an edge. But this is an important area which needs to be looked into. There's been talk about China and collaboration with China and whether collaboration with US. I think the point is that these are very sensitive technologies. People have spent hundreds of billions of dollars for years to develop these. Why would they share it with us without any reason? There are no free lunches in the world. So we should not expect that somebody will hand over complete or part of a system to us. It is not going to happen. These technologies are not going to be shared very easily. Secondly, we should also know that once somebody gives you this technology, the imported technology will always have backdoors, and they will be vulnerable to leakage of information because the manufacturer knows what all they have built into this. We may, as users, may not be knowing it. So then we have to accept that risk that our information will be vulnerable to leakage. There was this talk about moon mission. I just wanted to add something which I read a couple of days ago, that the recent Chinese moon mission which has landed there and carried out experiments, collected samples, they have found out water molecules from some samples, which indicate that there is a possibility of having water under the surface of the moon, which means that a human settlement at moon is possible. So I think we need to caution the Barrier Town and other enterprises in Pakistan so that they can start thinking futuristically. There was also talk about that there have been negotiations going on for 10 years in CCW, and no agreement has been reached. The reason is that this kind of agreement, which puts some restrictions or imposes some regulations and rules on the development of these technologies, is not going to happen as long as only 3 or 4 countries have mastery over these technologies. Why would they accept any constraints once others cannot compete with them in any way? So they will only be willing to accept constraints when there is a large number of countries who will come into the field. So I think we should not expect any kind of rules, regulations constraining the development of these technologies until and unless it becomes widespread. So we have to live with this. I think very important lesson which has emerged from today's deliberations is that in future war, cerebral power would be more important than muscle power. And that is the lesson we have to learn. because we still believe in muscle power and we say that we have a lot of manpower, they can do labor work. But around the world, people do not need that manpower which can use the spade and shovels and everything. People need uh, labor which is skilled, which is educated, which is tech savvy. Now, for AI, we know that AI depends on the data sets. And one good thing is that I see for the time being limited application of AI in the nuclear field, because in terms of nuclear war, there is no data set available. So the AI cannot work effectively in the nuclear field because of non-availability of basic data set. However, that also, I think, should make us aware that whatever we try to get from ChatGPT and others, they take it out from the data which is available to them. And that data is filled by the Indians, by the Americans, by the Europeans. We have no contribution to that. And that is where we need to work and also add to that data, deposit something there, so that if you seek something, some information, it does not always provide you a hostile narrative or hostile point of view, but should also reflect your point of view. And that can only happen if we contribute to that database. We know that there are these new alignments coming up. Quad, we know about AUKUS. Both these arrangements, they have built into it cooperation in the development of AI and all these advanced technologies. So we have to be aware that although they call these Quad particularly as a non-military arrangement, but it does have potential to cooperate in AI and other emerging technologies. I think that we need to look at our curricula in the strategic studies and international relations department very seriously, and need to revise them to include all these things which we have been talking about today. They're not part of the curriculum at the moment. And we are producing graduates who are not aware of these things. So I think they have to be built into the curriculum from the undergrad level to the postgrad level in all the strategic studies and AI, this international relations department. Only then we can build up expertise and people who are well informed. My friend sitting here from PIC mentioned that the Japanese did not spend much on military after World War II. That's true. Germany also didn't do that. But their security was underwritten by the Americans. And they still have the nuclear umbrella of the Americans. Soon after the 1998 tests, there was an event in Institute of Strategic Studies in Islamabad, where the Japanese ambassador was lecturing us and saying that we will restore the $500 million annual aid which we give you if you sign CTBT. And in fact, it's a very bad thing that you have tested nuclear weapons and you should give up this capability. I asked him, I said, Mr. Ambassador, would you tell me that if you did not have American nuclear umbrella and you were facing security threats from China and Russia, what would your country have done? And he had no answer. So that is the reality. And now they are feeling vulnerable because of North Korea, and both South Korea and Japan. They are now debating whether to have their own nuclear capabilities. And interestingly, Japan has not signed the prohibition of nuclear weapons treaty. So if they were so anti-nuclear, they would have at least signed that. So these are, I think, every country decides on the policies depending on the security environment. And we also tried after the 1974 Indian test, We sent our Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Aziz Ahmed, to the world capitals to seek nuclear guarantees, bilaterally or multilaterally. He went to Beijing, he went to Washington, he went to London, he went to Paris. Nobody was willing to give us nuclear guarantees. Nobody was willing to do it singly or as a group. So that is why then we had to go our own way. So these are the harsh realities of international life, and we have to look at these realistically. And here, I think I have spoken enough and tested your patience at the end of the day. But again, once again, I would compliment the panelists who made, I think, excellent presentations. Especially, I was very impressed by some youngsters. One is sitting right here from BTTN. Not only that they made very good presentations, but they handled the questions very well and with a lot of confidence. And that, I think, gives us a lot of encouragement. And we feel vindicated that the idea of giving the opportunity and the floor to the youngsters to express themselves has been vindicated. It was not a futile idea. And we go away with a lot of satisfaction from the outcome of this conference. And thank you very much again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your concluding remarks. Before calling off this conference, I would like to share some of my personal thoughts. As we all know that we are about to celebrate the 77th Independence Day of Pakistan in 1 week of time. And before I won't go into any nitty-gritties, we all know that Pakistan is facing a lot of challenges. So let's hope and pray that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant peace, stability, courage, unity, and the strength to overcome all sorts of internal and external challenges. With that, I would say that Pakistan Zindabad and Millat-e-Pakistan Paindabad. With this, I call off the proceedings of our national conference on behalf of the Executive Director, Strategic Vision Institute and SVI research team. I appreciate your meaningful participation. Thank you. Those who have not received their certificates, please collect them from the registration desk. Tea has also been served. Thank you.